Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming. It's great to see you here on, I would say, such a special occasion, on a very important day for us, and also an important opportunity to share more knowledge and experience. My name is Max Hollein. I'm the Marina Kennel French Director and CEO of the Metropolitan Museum, and this is the morning, the beginning of a long-awaited symposium. We call it the Journey to the Cyclades, exploring the early Cycladic culture of Greece. And I know some of you have already had a very productive workshop yesterday. And so this is a part of a really ongoing, deep relationship between many partners about further fostering the understanding, the research, and probably also the dissemination of the beauty and the importance of Cycladic art. In 2024, the Met marked a truly historic moment. It was with the arrival of the Leonard and Stern collection of Cycladic art. In a way, it was the culmination of an extraordinary story that began in these very galleries here at the Met when Leonard Stern was just 14 years old. It was here that he first encountered the quiet power and the mystery of Cycladic art. It was an experience, as he reported to us, that sparked, of course, a lifelong passion and ultimately led him to assemble the finest and most comprehensive private collection of Cycladic works ever formed outside of Greece. That we all have been able to experience the special power of this collection is the result now of a landmark partnership, of a 50-year agreement with the Ministry of Culture of the Hellenic Republic and the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens, our wonderful partners, and I'm very happy to see Sandra and Panos Maronopoulos here together with us. So this really unprecedented collaboration, 161 exceptional works collected by Leonard Stern over 4 decades, are now here on view at the Met on long-term loan from the Greek government. This collection of Cycladic art encompasses nearly every major types of marble figures and vessels from the early Bronze Age. Together, these works reveal both the essential forms and the external nuance with which Cycladic sculptors worked, imbuing stone with sensitivity, balance, and meaning across more than 1,000 years. The presentation that we have up in our galleries offers a rare and also powerful opportunity to encounter this remarkable group of works that have been repatriated to Greece and are now shared with the world and with the public here at the Met. It's been an enormous response that we have received so far, and it continues to be that way in the future. In a moment, I will turn things over to Sean Hemingway, the John A. and Carol O. Moran curator in charge of the Department of Greek and Roman Art, who has been so instrumental in this whole endeavor in this project. And he will discuss this project further and welcome, of course, also our guests. But first, I want to acknowledge the significant amount of work that went into realizing the installation that I hope all of you have seen already at the entrance of the Greek and Roman galleries, and also the work that went into this convening. A convening that's been expertly planned by our education department in conjunction with the Greek and Roman department, who worked really tirelessly to bring these distinguished scholars who are here with us today, and I want to welcome all of you, bring them here to the Met and to participate in this program. And I even saw that we have bags designed with Cycladic art already and the Met, so we thought of everything, it seems. Yeah? But I know many of you have traveled long distances to be here, and we are deeply grateful for your participation, for your interest, and for sharing your knowledge together with us. This whole project, this whole idea is an enormously collegial initiative across different areas and across, of course, different countries, and we were very happy to create this convening. Finally, I want to really acknowledge once again the extraordinary generosity of Leonard Stern, who also graciously sponsored today's program. In a way, Leonard in that way is a true visionary and has a lot of energy that he wants to make sure continues to be put into the understanding of Cycladic art. So it's not only about collecting, it's also a commitment to ideas. So Leonard understood from the outset that this historic partnership was about far more than bringing these works to the Met and, probably more importantly, bringing them to the public in forever. It was always essential to him that this collection, these works, what he has kind of put together, serves as a catalyst for more, for rigorous collaborative scholarship of the kind that we are gathered here today and it will continue to produce together. Additionally, and importantly, I want to extend my many thanks to the Ministry of Culture of the Hellenic Republic for their steadfast collaboration, for their wonderful partnership, and for working together with with us here at the Met to make all of this happen. Minister of Culture, Lina Mendoni, wanted to be here with us today, and she's been here a whole number of times around this, and we see in her a wonderful friend. I want to acknowledge the key role that she has played in making this possible. I want to though now introduce and want to see my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Dimitris Athanasouliou, the Effor of the Cyclades, who is here and will read the statement from the Director General of Antiquities and Cultural Heritage from the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, Dr. Olympia Vikatou. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and the competent authority, the Effort of Antiquities of the Cyclades, I would like to thank the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, and especially the Department of Greek and Roman Art, because for organizing this extremely important, I think, symposium about the Cycladic culture. So let me read now the greeting of the Director General of Antiquities and Cultural Heritage of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, Dr. Olympia Vikatou. With great pleasure, I would like to address you to the opening of the Public Scholarly Symposium on New Perspectives in the Cycladic Art Research, with the participation of eminent scholars from Greece, Europe, and America at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. This symposium is one of the milestones of the collaboration that has developed between the Greek Ministry of Culture and the Metropolitan Museum since January 2024, when the exhibition of 161 artifacts created in the Cyclades, mainly during the early Bronze Age, was inaugurated in the permanent collections of the Greco-Roman section of the Metropolitan Museum, earlier in the former Leonard Stern collection, in a hall bearing the inscription Hellenic Republic, Ministry of Culture and Museum of Cycladic Art, Athens, loan of Cycladic art to the Met. The scholarly publication of all these Cycladic artifacts is already available on the Metropolitan Museum website with a complete description, including technical analysis and documentation of the provenance and acquisition history of each one. Research for this study is being conducted by curators of the Metropolitan Museum in collaboration with scholars from the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and the relevant Effort of Antiquities of the Cyclades. The printed publication of the catalogue will be available within 2026. Audio guides to the exhibition have also been implemented in collaboration with the scholarly staff from the Hellenic Ministry of Culture. In this context, the Cycladic Art Residency Program has also been established in collaboration with the Greek and Roman Department of the Met since November 2024 and is already in its second year of implementation. Research on the collection is ongoing, and special analysis of the origin and of the marble from selected artifacts are planned in specialized laboratories following the relevant authorization of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture. The above actions, prompted by the exhibition of these artifacts, are part of the implementation of the agreement ratified by the Hellenic Parliament on September 2022, which provides for long-term scientific collaboration between the institutions for the study of Cycladic culture. All 161 works in this collection are now on display at the Metropolitan Museum for 25 years, with the option of extension for another 25 years under the status of long-term loan from the Hellenic Republic, while after a decade, they will gradually begin to be repatriated to Greece and permanently exhibited at the new Cycladic Culture Museum in Naxos, which is expected to be completed in 2027. The exhibition of these artifacts at the Metropolitan Museum makes them known to a global audience, and together with all activities developed under the agreement, promotes international scientific cooperation for the study and understanding of early Cycladic art and, more generally, the culture of the Cyclades in the Early Bronze Age. The collaboration, developed within the framework of the ratified agreement, is a model of best practices between the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and the Metropolitan Museum, and its results are already evident both among the experts who will present their studies at the symposium and among the wider public who have the opportunity to come into contact with the antiquities of the Cyclades. Please excuse me for not being able to be with you and accept my best wishes for this symposium.
Thank you, Max, and thank you, Dimitris. Good morning and welcome everyone to our Cycladic Symposium. It's great to see such a full house, and we are so grateful to our speakers today for joining us and sharing their expertise, and to Leonard Stern, whose financial support makes this event possible. We begin with an introduction to the Leonard N. Stern collection of Cycladic art, which is on long-term loan to the Met from the Hellenic Republic. It is truly a remarkable collection, and in some ways, the major international collaboration that has developed out of it is as important, as I will explain to you this morning. The Cyclades form an archipelago in the southern part of the Aegean Sea, as you see in the map at center. Their unique geography, their size, proximity to each other, landscape, and natural harbors was central to the development of early Cycladic culture in the early Bronze Age of about 3200 to 2000 BCE. Leonard Stern first saw early Cycladic sculpture when he was a young man of 14 on a visit to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It captivated him. It was decades later, however, when he acquired his first Cycladic figure, and then over the course of 40 years, Stern's collecting became a passion as he sought out superlative works of Cycladic art to live with, contemplate, and display in his New York City home, shown here in 2022. He purchased works from nearly a dozen art dealers in New York, London, and Switzerland. He acquired works at auction and through private sales, forming one of the most preeminent private collections of Cycladic art in the world. Stern realized he was stewarding something very special and thought about how to bring the collection into the public sphere and how the collection could best be used to show the world the power, serenity, and beauty of these prehistoric works from the Cycladic islands. This led to an innovative solution whereby he repatriated the collection to Greece, the largest group of antiquities ever repatriated at one time to the nation. A landmark 50-year partnership between the Greek Ministry of Culture of the Hellenic Republic, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens, along with the Hellenic Ancient Cultural Institute, was carefully formulated over several years and approved by the Greek Parliament in 2022. From November 22, a selection of 15 of the most significant works from the Stern collection were first displayed, as you see here, at the Museum of Cycladic Art in the exhibition Homecoming, Cycladic Treasures on Their Return Journey. For 1 year, it was displayed there before traveling to the Met, and the exhibition was accompanied by a bilingual catalog shown at right. The Stern collection is now exhibited in its entirety at the entrance to the Met's Greek galleries for 10 years. Over the following 15 years, select works will periodically travel to Greece, and in turn, new loans of Cycladic art will come to the Met from Greece. Following the first 25-year loan period, Greece will continue to loan important works of Cycladic art to the Met for an additional 25 years. The presentation of this important collection at the Met brings Cycladic art into dialogue with the sculptural traditions around the world and throughout the course of artistic creation, drawing attention to the significant place prehistoric Cycladic sculpture holds in the history of world art. The largest group of works in the Stern collection are figural sculptures. The earliest date to the late Neolithic period in the 5th and 4th millennia BCE, like the one you see here. Most of the figural sculptures belong to the early Cycladic period, and all the major types are represented. In the early Cycladic I period, these include the violin type, the plasteros type, and the louros type. There are also hybrid works that combine elements from the different types in this early period. In the early Cycladic II period, the most characteristic form of Cycladic sculpture, the reclining female figure with folding arms, is fully developed and becomes widely distributed in the Cyclades and occasionally beyond. This canonical form endures for hundreds of years and is represented in a sequence of variations known as capsula, seen in an example here from the Stern collection, and named after a cemetery on the central eastern side of Amorgos, located by the red star in this image. And the spithos type, seen in an example here from the Stern collection, and named after a cemetery on Naxos, which is the hill you see at left, and the halandriani type after a cemetery on Syros. The spithos type dominated during the early Cycladic II period and had the widest variations in size, with figures ranging from 6.5 to 150 centimeters. The Stern collection is particularly rich in examples of the spithos type of the early Cycladic II period. The figure you see here is outstanding for its large scale and prominent ghost images, especially visible on the face and the back of the head, where the painted areas that once further articulated features such as the eyes, eyebrows, and hair have weathered differently. As part of the installation, we scanned this figure in 3D and created an app to view 4 renderings. One as the sculpture looks today, one reconstructing the paint ghosts, a third showing a second set of eyes as paint ghosts, and a fourth in ultraviolet light, which makes clear the areas of modern restoration. You can access this application in the gallery or on the Met's website through a QR code. All of the works in the Stern collection were acquired on the art market and lack archaeological provenance, which is unfortunately the case for most Cycladic figures preserved today in Greece and around the world. However, the previous figure and 4 works you see here have been associated with the Keros Hoard, a group of hundreds of primarily broken marble figures that are believed to have been looted from a maritime sanctuary on the island of Keros in the Cyclades, seen in an image here. Excavations have revealed hundreds more fragments from this site, which is thought to have been an important religious center for the early Cycladic people. What makes Cycladic sculptures so distinctive, particularly evident in the finest works of the spithos type, like the one at left, is their outstanding technical precision and the rigorous application of mathematical design that renders such harmonious proportions not seen in other prehistoric art and quite different from the sculptures made by contemporary cultures in the Near East and Egypt. Consider, for example, a magnificent Proto-Elamite sculpture from hammered silver of a kneeling bull holding a vessel from the Met's collection at the center. This remarkable sculpture of an anthropomorphic bull wearing a patterned garment was made in southwestern Iran in the late 4th or early 3rd millennium BCE, where writing was already being practiced and communities were forming the first cities, such as Susa, a complex center of civilization. It presents a completely different aesthetic from the Cycladic sculptures, as well as a markedly different worldview, with its emphasis on ritual and mythic life. It may have functioned as a rattle. In contrast to the early Cycladic culture, a great deal is known about the function and meaning of sculpture from Old Kingdom Egypt. A painted limestone statue of Memi and Sabu in the Met collection presents a sculpture from the age of the pyramids that is contemporary with canonical early Cycladic folding arm female figures. It represents a man and a woman, both identified by the inscription with the honorary title King's Acquaintance, linking them with the upper levels of society. It probably comes from the Western Cemetery at Giza, where it would have been set up in a funerary chapel. The man is much larger to signal his primary importance, but the figures are shown with their arms around each other, indicating their togetherness and a sense of family unity. The carving of the figures emphasizes frontality, although Sabu looks slightly to her left, a sign of her own stature. Such statues were not meant to be seen except by priests. Hieroglyphic inscriptions in Egyptian funerary chapels explain their significance. Funerary rites performed by a priest would bring the statues magically to life so that they could receive offerings, especially for nourishment, that would sustain the deceased in the afterlife. Several of the early Cycladic figures in the Stern collection exhibit ancient repairs. Repairs to the neck, like you see on two examples here, have been documented in a number of examples from the early Bronze Age and illustrate that the figures had a significant period of use. The Stern collection includes all the main types of figures from the early Cycladic II period, which in addition to the capsula and spathos types are the halandriani, dokathismata, and kumasa types that you see here, as well as post-canonical types that may continue into the early Cycladic III period, like the one on the far right. A large part of the Stern collection consists of marble vessels, such as the anthropomorphic beaker at left, the collared jar or candila at center, and the spouted bowl with foot at right. All the major types of stone vessels from the early Bronze Age are represented. The small candila you see here in 4 views gives a strong sense how different these vessels look from different angles due to their being made by hand. There are a few works in the Stern collection made from materials other than marble. This lidded pyxis is made of green chlorite and covered with elaborate relief decoration. It dates to the early Cycladic II period. There is a remarkable head carved from fossilized sea sponge and a small pregnant figure with folded arms made from serpentinite, which you see here. There are several pallets, mostly of marble, but one, shown here at center, carved from tuff, a volcanic rock that occurs on the Cycladic Islands. The Stern collection includes 3 terracotta vessels, which you see here. The footed vase with lug handles at left is a characteristic type of the early Cycladic II period. Most notable is the frying pan at center, a distinctive shape also characteristic of the early Cycladic II period, whose underside is frequently decorated with abstract representations of the sea or longboats in the sea. The Yortan culture spouted vessel with handle at right, a type known from Anatolia, is said to be from the Cyclades, which would indicate trade between Anatolia and the Cyclades in this early period, but its lack of archaeological provenance makes it impossible at present to be certain if that claim is true. Finally, metalworking, which was an important development during the early Bronze Age and the Cyclades, as we'll hear about in the talks later, is represented in the Stern collection by a pair of silver bracelets and a copper alloy chisel, which you see at bottom. Cycladic sculpture, with its elegant and minimalist forms, now essentially devoid of their original painted decoration, inspired generations of modern artists such as Constantine Brancusi, who you see at right, Pablo Picasso, Amadeo Modigliani, and Henry Moore. It is easy to see the inspiration in fragments like the fine example at left from the Stern collection, which could be confused for a Brancusi sculpture. The Stern collection of Cycladic art presented an extraordinary opportunity to examine closely a large body of previously largely unknown Cycladic works that had been repatriated to Greece. For the purposes of the Met's initial study, only non-destructive means of analysis were undertaken. Technical analyses, including low-power magnification using a binocular microscope, infrared reflectography, multiband imaging, raking light, ultraviolet light, X-radiography, and X-ray fluorescence. On the right, you see research scientist Federico Caro using X-ray fluorescence to examine the surface of a Neolithic marble figure and the accretions preserved on it, which can be very important for understanding a work's original archaeological environment, as well as modern treatments. D. Abramidis and Federico Caro, who you see working with Alexis Bellis on the left, will present a summary of our methods and findings in their paper later today. Members of the Met's Department of Greek and Roman Art were aided by the foundational research of Pat Getz-Gentle, who for many years acted as a consultant to Leonard Stern while he was forming his collection. Dr. Getz-Gentle's archive devoted to Cycladic sculpture which is now part of the holdings of the Onassis Library for Hellenic Art at the Met, contains reports on nearly all the works in the Leonard Stern collection. The collaboration of distinguished colleagues in Greece, most notably Ioannis Fapas and Yorgos Gavalas, who has contributed to the forthcoming catalog, provided significant archaeological expertise and insights. Extensive traces of paint, including eyes, eyelashes, eyebrows, mouths, hair, and other details and ornamentation on many of the figures indicate that their original appearance would have been quite different from the stark white marble that we see today. Many of the figures in the Stern collection preserve some traces of paint, either as ghost impressions or actual remnants of pigment, such as cinnabar, sometimes visible to the naked eye or only under magnification. On the right, Elizabeth Hendricks examines sculptures with raking light to identify remains of polychromy. On the left is her reconstruction of one of the Cycladic marble heads in the Stern collection, which preserves an unusually large number of traces of paint. Elizabeth will speak to us this afternoon in much greater detail on her work and the significance of these painted decorations. Determining the authenticity of prehistoric Cycladic sculpture rests on a variety of factors. Of critical importance is the condition of the surface of the figure. When the surface of the figure has been treated with acid, repatinated, or overcleaned to the point that all evidence of its burial in the ground or deposition in the sea has been removed, essential information has been lost that could have allowed an unprovenanced sculpture to be redeemed and calls into question its antiquity. In some cases, a modern patina has been applied to an ancient work, like on the large figure attributed to the Goulandris sculptor, which you see here. It was probably done to make the broken sections appear more uniform. Extensive evidence of convincing ghost images from applied painted decoration beneath the modern coating, such as the traces of eyes and curls of hair, as seen in the right on the details at right, are a strong indication of the antiquity of the sculpture. Okay, sorry. Okay. Of special importance is a large figure of the early Spathos type, one of only 3 known figures over 1 meter in length, that are the earliest expressions of monumental sculpture in Greece, some 2 millennia before its next manifestation, the archaic Greek marble kouros and kore. None of the monumental Cycladic figures have known archaeological contexts, and consequently their function is not known. When Leonard Stern acquired this sculpture in 1989, he believed that it was complete. However, our examination of the sculpture indicates that the head and lower legs are carved from a different marble than the striated marble of the torso, and are likely modern additions. The central fragment retains traces of red cinnabar pigment on the neck and convincing tenacious accretions, especially on the back. The sculptor gave special attention to the arms, which are separated from each other and narrow at the wrists, each demarcated by a shallow groove. Most of the works in the Leonard Stern collection present strong indications that they are ancient products of craftsmen in the Cyclades made more than 4,000 years ago. However, a number of works in the collection have anomalous features and unusual or compromised surface conditions that have led us to question their authenticity. We felt that it was important to draw attention to this issue in the installation and selected this sculpture as a prominent example that has arguments both for and against its authenticity. For us, the unusually large size of the figure, that it is unbroken, stylistic anomalies like the rings on the neck and the way the mouth is carved, as well as the accretions on it, seen in 2 micro details at center, are highly suspicious. If we are correct in our assessments, this work and a handful of others are the products of highly accomplished fakers who created works of careful stylistic and technical quality. Since the scholarly and scientific research presented in the Met study presents a first effort at assessing these extraordinary objects, there will undoubtedly be ongoing debate, and the status of these and other works in the collection will continue to evolve as we learn more about the collection and Cycladic art and culture in the coming decades. We have placed particularly suspicious works on a shelf in the case of the Greek and Roman study collection and called them out in the catalog. Leonard Stern graciously made a major gift to the Met for the display and study of Cycladic art. The establishment of such an endowment helps to ensure the success of this exciting new long-term collaboration between the Hellenic Republic and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The collaboration began with the entire collection's display at the Met, which opened in January of 2024, and continues with its scholarly publication in a variety of formats. First online through the Met's website, which you see here, and each catalog entry includes a description and scholarly assessment, as well as the provenance history and bibliography. And you see the provenance information for the first piece that Leonard collected here on the right. And there are 2 printed books published by the Met. The first book appeared in 2024 and was a picture book with a short essay. A full scholarly catalog will be published in June, led by the Met's Department of Greek and Roman Art, with the kind assistance of our colleagues from the Ministry of Culture of the Hellenic Republic and the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens. Further programming includes residencies for Greek scholars to study Cycladic art. Yorgos Gavalas, archaeologist and curator in the Ephorate of the Cyclades, who you see at left, was the first resident last year, and we expect to welcome another resident Greek scholar in the fall who will be undertaking further scientific analyses of select works in the Stern collection. And that work began this week, very excitingly, in collaboration with the ministry. In 2025, we inaugurated the Leonard N. Stern Study Room, which houses the Leonard N. Stern Archive, as well as the Pat Getz-Gentle Photographic Archive of Cycladic Art, adding to the Met's abilities to promote research on early Cycladic art and culture. In February of 2025, the Met hosted a very successful Cultural Heritage Now event on the Stern Collection. We were pleased to welcome the Minister of Culture of the Hellenic Republic, Dr. Lina Mendoni, as well as a panel of Greek and Met professionals to discuss the Stern Collection Agreement, moderated by a classics professor from Brown University, you see here. And just yesterday, the Met hosted a one-day workshop for curators of early Cycladic art. The first session of the workshop was devoted to the corpus of early Cycladic marble figurines and stone vessels. This project is the outcome of a partnership between the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, under the leadership of Minister Dr. Lina Mendoni, and the Museum of Cycladic Art, while the Met is a key partner in both implementing and populating the database. This ambitious initiative addresses a long-standing challenge in Cycladic archaeology. Early Cycladic marble figurines and stone vessels are scattered across museums and private collections worldwide, creating significant barriers to understanding the development, distribution, and cultural significance of this distinctive Bronze Age civilization. The initiative to compile a corpus first commenced in the 1980s, spearheaded by the Museum of Cycladic Art, with substantial funding from Dali Goulandris, the founder of both the collection and the museum, under the direction of Christos Doumas, professor of prehistoric archaeology at the University of Athens. The project took a new breath after the recent signing of a bilateral memorandum of understanding between the Ministry and the Cycladic Museum, and is now reimagined as a comprehensive, dynamic, and open-access digital database. The corpus aims to include all marble figurines and stone vessels of Cycladic art, with a database enabling statistical analysis, provenance studies, fragment reassociation across collections, and spatial distribution mapping that were previously impossible with dispersed material. Beyond advancing scholarly understanding, the partnership serves vital functions in authentication and cultural heritage protection, building powerful tools to combat forgery and illicit trafficking while facilitating cooperation between Greek cultural authorities, international law enforcement, and museums worldwide. In conclusion, the international collaboration between the Met and the Hellenic Republic around the Stern collection of Cycladic art is an exciting development in the field of cultural patrimony that promotes the appreciation and understanding of early Cycladic material culture. Please take the opportunity to spend some time with the Stern collection at the entrance to the Greek galleries during your visit to the Met today, and come back and visit us again. We will continue to add programming throughout the course of the installation and enjoy the talks of the symposium by some of the best scholars working on early Cycladic culture today. Thank you. And now we begin the first session. Thank you. Welcome Sue Sherritt to the file.
So, hello, I'm Sue Sherratt from Oxfordshire. Our first session is about the archaeology of the Cyclades in the early Bronze Age. And the first speaker, who isn't here, sadly, is Professor Robin Barber, who was Assistant Director of British School at Athens from 1972 to 1976, and subsequently taught classical archaeology at the University of Edinburgh. He's author of a book published in the 1980s, I think, called The Cyclades in the Bronze Age. He's worked extensively on the Cyclades and has edited several Greek volumes in the Blue Guide series. He was invested with an honorary doctorate by the University of Athens in 2012, and under his direction, a recent landmark project undertaken between 2010 and 2023 to study all of the material in the National Museum Athens from the British School's 1896 to 1899 excavations at Philakopion, Milos, has resulted in an extraordinarily impressive 2-volume publication, which was published as a BSA supplementary volume in summer 2024. Now, since Professor Barber isn't here, Sandy McGilvray is going to read his paper, if he's here. Yeah.
There seems to be an issue with the slides. Oh, there we go. No issue. If we could leave those lights on, because I've had eye problems recently. So anyway, to begin with, it gives me incredible honor to read Robin Barber's paper, because Robin was my. Oh, sorry about that. Because Robin Barber was my tutor and advisor. I think I was his first graduate student at the University of Edinburgh after he left Athens, as Sue Sherratt said, and went up to Edinburgh. And so I had the privilege, actually, of being, I think, his first graduate student. And it was really Robin's love of the Cyclades. He had this incredible, he still does obviously have this incredible love for the Cyclades that was infectious. And so he said for the first summer that I was going to Greece, he said, why don't you go to Delos and look at the early pottery there? And so I went to the French school and I studied the pottery, and that was my first article. I think it was my first publication. Anyway, so after that, I was completely hooked on the Cyclades. So it gives me, anyway, great pleasure, that was a long time ago, to read this on behalf of my guru. If he's watching, he'll laugh. Okay. Sorry. Here's a view of one of the Cyclades, the island of Ios, with another, Sikinos, in the background. Just out of the picture to the right is the recently excavated early Cycladic settlement of Skarkos, more about which shortly. The name Cyclades originated in much later times in reference to the islands circulating the sacred island of Delos. But in discussion of prehistory, it has to be understood rather differently, since finds similar to these from the Central Aegean islands are also found in Crete and at coastal sites of mainland Greece and in Asia Minor. Those sites thus appear to have been part of the Cycladic cultural era at that time. The discovery and early investigation of the first stages of the Cycladic Bronze Age was dominated by finds from graves. These were easy to find and might contain marble figures or vessels, which captivated the imagination of collectors and consequently tomb robbers as well. You'll be hearing much more about these later on. Settlements were indicated by the surface finds or slight house remains in the lower levels of sites with later occupation. Only recently have we learnt about them in more detail through the excavations at Skarkos. Oh, sorry, there's Cyclades. Oh, and that's Vascalio. Okay, sorry. So that was the right one. At Skarkos in Ios and Vascalio in Keros, as well as at Markiani on Amorgos. And though through renewed excavation previously excavated sites such as Kastri and Syros and Korfit on Amygdalion on Naxos. The divisions of the early Cycladic period, the first phase of the Bronze Age in the Cyclades, have been established chiefly on the basis of stratigraphy and a few major sites and changing styles of pottery and other artifacts and cultural features which these have revealed. In the first early Cycladic period, phase, early Cycladic I, the settlements were small and chiefly agricultural. There was little use of bronze. Early Cycladic II sees spectacular developments in size and sophistication of settlements and in aspects of technology and especially the working of metal and stone. Early Cycladic copper and lead mines have been found on Kithnos and Sifnos, and slag heaps indicate the smelting process. The manufacturing of bronze objects was a major impetus to trade, both local and international. Significant was the quest for tin, not found in the Aegean, to alloy copper and the creation of bronze. In the latter part of EC2 or the beginning of EC3, there is some evidence of disruption, though apparently without affecting other developments. Mature early Cycladic III saw the appearance of the best exemplified at Philakopi and Milos of large central settlements, presumably the administrative and economic foci of life on the individual islands. And this is a plan of the British excavations at Philakopi. To set this period in calendar years, we're dependent on dates derived from the radiocarbon method, where there is now a rough consensus about the approximate dates of different phases. Thus, early Cycladic I may have begun around 3200 BC, early Cycladic II about 2700, and early Cycladic III about 2400. Pottery has assumed a crucial role in chronological and cultural analysis because it is by far the most common find in excavations. Classification involves attempting to isolate the clay types, shapes, and decoration characteristics of each period. Thus, in EC1, the pottery is mostly dark-surfaced and with any decoration incised, and the incisions sometimes filled in with a white substance. In EC2, the clay is generally finer and the decoration often painted, with some characteristic forms of which the so-called sauce boat, you can see the decorated one in the slide there, in the middle, is one. In EC3, the decoration is painted with geometric motifs, and the barrel jar and beak jug are characteristic shapes. Another distinctive class of pottery, particularly associated with the disruption referred to a moment ago, though lasting into later times, is known as the Kastri group, known from the site of Kastri in Syros, where it was first identified. Its forms, not found in the on all of the Cycladic islands, include the tankard and the curious depas amphikipelon, the two-handled cup, and they have their origins in Asia Minor. The appearance of these foreign forms and other events, perhaps attributable to the time of their appearance, such as the abandonment of previously flourishing sites like Skarkos, the occupation of remote and inaccessible centers like Kastri itself, changes in figurine types, have been thought to indicate the arrival of intruders and the violent disruption of life in the Cyclades. But there's no sign of radical cultural change or of interruption of the widespread contacts, and no satisfactory explanation of these apparently contradictory phenomena has been yet found. A major stimulus to trade and travel from long before the early Cycladic period was the obsidian found on the island of Milos. Milos is the sole Aegean source of this material, and a volcanic glass which provided sharp cutting edges for tools and weapons and is found on all sites all over the Aegean and beyond. The possession of obsidian, which remained important even after the development of metal technology, gave the island of Milos, the capital of the island of Milos at Philakopi, a position of authority well beyond Milos itself. This is exemplified by the fact that its distinctive geometric pottery, of which we saw examples a moment ago, had a formative influence on the development of the pottery of mainland Greece. Thus, that the exploitation of obsidian on Milos had begun much earlier is indicated by new finds from the sites at Punda Agali. Now, since many of the topics on which I have touched, not least the marble figurines, will be and have been discussed more fully by subsequent and previous speakers, and since it is fascination with ordinary people's existence in the distant past that first drew many of us to the findings of archaeology, I conclude with some comments on this. It would be nice to be able to reconstruct also their thoughts and attitudes, but their archaeology fails us, and we should be wary of drawing conclusions based on the feelings and experience of our own time in human history. One aspect of life in that period is extremely elusive. Since the infant mortality rate was high, and even if a person survived into adulthood, life expectancy did not exceed 30 or 40 years. The reasons for disease and pain and finding treatments for them must have been major preoccupations. While some informed guesses can be made about religious beliefs and the attempted placation of deities, evidence for medical treatments is almost entirely lacking, though some of the minerals found on Milos could have been used for medicinal purposes. Alum, for instance, as a styptic for bleeding, which was utterly not uncommon, and with the wide manufacture and use of ultra-sharp obsidian blades. So the obsidian occurs with the alum. When you cut yourself, you put the alum on. As for living conditions, the earliest houses seem small and crudely built, but later at Skarkos, in Ios, for instance, where the layout of a large settlement was clearly planned and controlled, and houses might consist of several rooms or on at least 2 stories, and were constructed of carefully laid out stones. Furnishings included cupboards set into the walls and stone benches, which could be used as seats, tables, or beds. That there may have been wooden furniture, too, is suggested by the representation of seats, sometimes associated with marble figures, although wooden pieces from this period have not survived. Foodstuffs, including cereals, wheat, barley, and allowing for the production of a form of bread and pulses, also olives, grapes, knives, etc. Knife marks on the bone remains of domestic animals, the majority sheep and goats, demonstrate slaughtering and portioning for food. Fish and shellfish were harvested. Wine was certainly consumed, and probably beer as well. Patches of burnt earth and stones on the floors of rooms are the remains of hearths for cooking and or heating, and could have provided a modicum of light. Alternatively, the core of the hearth might be a kind of tray made of thick, coarse pottery and set into the floor. Others were made independently to be portable. Cooking pots would have been placed on these hearths over the fuel, and are found discolored by fire. The tripod cooking pot, raised on 3 tall legs, was a slightly later development. For lighting, an additional form was the lamp using olive oil. Lamps are in the form of shallow bowls with traces of burning at the lip where the wick drooped over the edge. The manufacture of fabrics for clothing, covering or other purposes is also is shown by finds of spinning equipment, particularly the small wheel-like whorls which were attached to wooden spindles to steady their motion. The weaving process is indicated by loom weights. Clothes were probably much simpler than later in the Bronze Age, when we have paintings of elaborate garments. This is from also the Cycladic island of Thera, but in the early late Bronze Age. Early in the period, the daily occupations of the inhabitants of these small towns would have been either in the fields or in the settlements, tending crops or animals for food, or byproducts such as wool was labor intensive, and fishing was another occupation. Within the settlements, spinning and weaving were done, pottery was made, and some other specialized crafts, for example, figure making at Skiathos, were pursued. In general, the manufacture of objects in wood, metal, obsidian, or marble, not to mention house and shipbuilding, suggests that the crafts of stonemasonry and carpentry had become very, very well developed. Some activities, the acquisition of ores and clay, the firing of pottery, or the smelting of ores, took people to more distant locations. Trade in surplus commodities is suggested by the labels from Skarkos and the storage vessels to which these would have been attached. These and the more distant contacts, which are shown by Cycladic objects found in faraway places and foreign objects discovered in the islands, would have been facilitated by the natural affinity of islanders for the sea. Thus, shipbuilding would have been a major industry requiring careful design and kinds of developed manufacturing skills that I have previously mentioned. This snapshot of daily existence shows that life became much more complex as the generations passed, and an increasing proportion of the population were employed in occupations not solely concerned with subsistence. The early Cycladic period is the time when things change, so significant for the future. The early Cycladic period is the time when this change, so significant for the future, becomes evident in the archaeological record. So Robin is sharing his knowledge, but also I think his passion for the Cyclades. I hope I didn't make too much of a mess of that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Our next speaker is Dr. Olga Filaniotou, who is Ephor Emerita of Antiquities in the 20th Ephorate of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sport, who's made extensive contributions to the archaeology of the Cyclades, particularly in the early Bronze Age. Among other things, she's furthered the understanding of settlement organization, ritual practices, and ceramic production. And in addition to excavating on Naxos and Koufonisi, which she's going to tell us about today, she's collaborated with the late Professor Renfrew and Michael Boyd on the Kyros project and has co-edited several volumes on the deposits of marble figurines at Kavos and on the settlement at Daskalio. So, Olga, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for the invitation to this wonderful symposium and the hospitality. And it was wonderful to see old friends again and meet new ones. So, in this paper, we shall examine the finds from two excavations conducted on the islands of Naxos and Koufonisi. On Naxos, finds from the early Cycladic cemetery at Cyclades will be discussed. Naxos is the largest of the Cyclades, centrally placed on sea routes between mainland Greece, Crete, the North and East Aegean, and Cyprus. There is Cyprus, Naxos in the middle, and you know, all excavators believe that their site is the center of the world, and Naxos was the center of my world for many years. Its wealth in natural resources, fertile soil, rich marble and emery mines, and its geographical position has attracted settlers from very early times. Apparently, Neanderthals, as Dimitris mentioned yesterday, were the first visitors. More than 60 settlements and cemeteries dating to all the phases of the early Bronze Age have been investigated throughout the island. Cyclades. What happened? I'm going back. Sorry. Anyway, this is what I was talking about. The settlements around the island. And Cyclades is on the slope of a rocky hill overlooking Sangri, the largest and most fertile inland valley of Naxos. The area is rich in archaeological remains of all periods. An archaic sanctuary and early Christian basilica dominates the valley. There. To the northeast is the geometric cemetery of Tsikalario and the Byzantine fortress of Apanokastro. Two early Cycladic settlements lie on its northern edge. A marble Neolithic figurine is said to come from Sangri. And at Afendika, southwest of Cyclades, is one of the largest known early Cycladic cemeteries of 170 graves, where the marble figurine of a seated musician was found. Sorry. The excavation at Cyclades was initiated after reports of the looting of an early Cycladic cemetery. 122 graves were revealed, but there are clearly others still to be investigated. Some graves had been damaged by plowing, but the majority, 71 graves, had been plundered. Some, presumably robbed more recently, were completely dismantled. Fortunately, 51 graves were unplundered and informative. The graves were densely set in clusters separated by rock outcrops on small terraces formed by the steep slope of the ground. The size varied greatly from 130 meters to 90 centimeters, and the smaller ones were 33 by 30 centimeters. Their construction generally conformed to known types. By far the commonest consisted of a small pit in which three sides were lined with upright slabs, while the fourth was blocked with rough dry stone walling or stones bound with a clay mortar. Less commonly, all four sides were lined with upright slabs. In 5 cases, one or all sides were lined with dry stone walling. 2 graves were simply shallow pits in the ground, in which only the entrance was dressed with stones. Because of the destruction caused by the looters, it was impossible to determine exactly how many graves had more than one story. 2 of the most interesting and richest, graves 79 and 82, had stone benches built along the sides to support the slab that would form the floor of the upper story. This did not survive, presumably destroyed by looters. Grave 79 contained fine marble vessels, bowls, a spherical pyxis, and a footless conical neck jar, plus 13 obsidian blades and flakes. Grave 82, apart from 10 obsidian blades and 2 marble bowls, contained a little silver bowl, very finely made, a rare example of Cycladic metal craftsmanship. Settings of stones mixed with earth and sherds served as grave markers. Some contained stone tools, and in 2 cases, a clay vessel was set among the stones. Some graves did not contain any bones, whereas in others there was more than one burial. The bones were usually found disarticulated and in disorder, or else placed in an orderly fashion, but not in their original position. The largest that you see here, grave 24, divided into 2 sections by vertical slabs and 2 stories by a horizontal slab, contained a large amount of bones in piles and no offerings, an ossuary. The covering slab was surrounded by a neat semicircle of stones. Of the 51 unplanted graves, only 27 had offerings, and of these, most had only 1 or 2. 3 contained only obsidian blades or flakes. The existence of offerings bore no relation to the construction of the graves, as some very elaborately constructed ones contained nothing. Clay spherical and cylindrical pyxides represent both early and late early Cycladic I phases, as well as the transitional early Cycladic I-II phase, Campos group, with parallels elsewhere, even outside the Cyclades, early Minoan I, early Minoan I-II contexts in Crete. Cylindrical pyxides are plain or with typical incised decoration. Pear-shaped vessels or bottles are transitional early Cycladic I-II forms. One we saw earlier, as it was found standing among a pile of stones serving as a grave marker. Intriguing is a spherical lentoid black burnished pyxis with flat base that was found in a relatively small grave together with a spool-shaped pyxis. It has 2 pairs of horizontal lugs with pointed ends on opposite sides of the body, joined by a horizontal ridge. This form is unknown in the Cyclades, although there are parallels for details which suggest a late early Cycladic II or early Cycladic IIIA Castri group date, and extend beyond the Cyclades to Crete and the northeast Aegean, Polyochni and Thermi. The brown burnished spool-shaped pyxis found in the same grave belongs to a type dated to early Cycladic II, best known in painted dark on light examples. There were few marble figurines. Almost all belong to unusual or rare types and predate the fully developed folded arm type of early Cycladic II. One figurine, found together with a clay conical cup, has an exact parallel in a figurine from a private collection. It's of a pre-canonical type. The arms join on the belly, separated by a slanting groove. The similarity between the 2 figurines is so close that they must have been made by the same person, and one wonders whether the other one came from Cyclades too. It is very unfortunate that this cemetery, one of the largest in the Cyclades, was so extensively looted and so much information has been lost. However, from the surviving graves investigated so far, several facts emerge. Its period of use can be dated from the early Cycladic I phase to early Cycladic IIIA or Castric group, while most graves belong to the transitional early Cycladic I to II Campos group and the early Cycladic II phase. Some offerings, like the Pyxides of grave 12, show both conservative and progressive elements and illustrate the long and intriguing process which led from one phase to the next. They also reflect the complex connections between the Cyclades, the Northeast Aegean, mainland Greece, and Crete. Some clay vessels, a stone pounder, and those marble bowls and figurines that were worn or broken must have been personal belongings of the dead. However, other clay vessels were so imperfectly fired that they could not have had any practical function. They must have been made specifically for funerary use. Similarly, the quality and size of the obsidian blades, up to 10 centimeters long, plus the fact that some were clearly unused, shows, according to Tristan Carter, that they could not have been made for everyday use. The number of obsidian blades buried in the richest graves is also impressive. The absence of bones from some unplundered and carefully constructed graves cannot be due to soil conditions that caused their total disintegration, since in other graves there was a large number of bones. Also, as noted earlier, the bones were usually found disarticulated and in disorder, or placed in an orderly fashion, but not in their original position, a situation known from other early Cycladic cemeteries. The only explanation would be that after a certain period of time, they were collected and transferred to other, specially constructed graves within the same cemetery or elsewhere. Therefore, Cyclades, or at least the part that has been excavated, can be interpreted as a place dedicated to secondary burial. The carefully constructed graves with elaborate markers or cimata reflect a special attention devoted to this process and respect for the dead. In the same sphere of symbolism, we may add one small grave in which, under a pile of stones, one tiny schematic figurine had been placed on top of a partially preserved female figure. The position suggests a mother-child relationship, perhaps death in birth, and recalls a case from Koufonisi, where a smaller figurine was found by Fotini Zafiropoulou, lying on a larger, both covered with a marble bowl. Now we turn to Koufonisi. On Koufonisi, we shall examine finds from the rescue excavation conducted at the field of Pantelis Zavaris at Potamia, after his application for a building permit. Epano Koufonisi is one of the smaller islands of a group southeast of Naxos. Archaeologically speaking, this island was mostly known for the 3 early Cycladic cemeteries excavated by Fotini Zafiropoulou, 2 of which are in the vicinity of Potamia, and Yorgos Gavalas has undertaken the publication of the material. Potamia is situated southwest of the modern village, on the southernmost tip of a peninsula in the Bay of with the Bay of Loutra on the west. The property of Pantelis Zavaris covers an area of roughly 10,000 square meters and is divided into 2 unequal parts by a rock formation. On the south-southwest of the plot borders the chapel of Agios Nikolaos, and the foundations of an early Christian basilica can be seen. The southwest part of the peninsula and almost all the western part of the property are severely eroded. A large section has fallen to the sea, creating an almost vertical drop of some 30 meters. Architectural remains, in combination with abundant domestic pottery, cooking pots, deep bowls, ground stone tools, obsidian blades, flakes, and cores, prove the existence of an early Cycladic settlement, most of which was eroded into the sea. On the basis of the pottery, this settlement could be dated to the transitional early Cycladic I to II period. On the northern sector of the property, I don't know if you can see it very clearly here, beyond the rock formation mentioned above, there were no walls or floors indicating a settlement, but other interesting features emerged. Inside the large cavity in the bedrock, there was a thick layer of loose soil mixed with stones, covering an area of some 75 square meters. It was literally packed with sherds and some complete vessels. Bowls, both marble and clay, a burnished globular juglet, a typical EC2 shape, little scoops or lamps, an early type of ascos with biconical body and vertical tubular handles, and so on. Fragments of an imported Urfirnis sauce boat were recognized, and a brazier that I think was shown yesterday by Dimitris Athanasoulis, a vessel with wide distribution in the Cyclades and mainland Greece, of unknown use so far, has a close parallel to in Amorgos, dated to the transitional early Cycladic I to II phase. A large quantity of ground stone tools, a variety of small finds such as pools and clusters of obsidian, an ubiquitous feature of this site, and there were also a few marble figurines, among them an early Cycladic II seated figure. This deposit seems to cover a long period from the transitional early Cycladic I to II phase to the end of early Cycladic III, to beginning of early Cycladic III. Northeast of this deposit appeared the smaller one under a very thin layer of fill, almost on top of the virgin soil. This contained nothing but closely packed hat-shaped vessels and stone tools. Further west, bordering the rocky outcrop running east to west, there were 3 deep fissures in the soft bedrock. The fill of the first contained 28 human skulls and long bones, while at the bottom, at a depth of 3 meters from the surface, was a burial within a shallow cavity. The deceased lay in a contracted position with the head facing north. There were no offerings. A large stone had been placed near the feet. However, on top of the fissure, in a layer of dark brown soil, a Spedos variety headless marble figurine and 2 heads were found. The second fissure contained some bone fragments and a few sherds. The third, skulls and bones in the fill, while deeper, on the virgin soil, there were 2 complete vessels, a spouted bowl with vertical tubular handles, a transitional early Cycladic I to II shape, and a small collar jar with horizontal grooved handles of early Cycladic II date. To conclude, the large deposit seems to cover a long time span within the early Cycladic period. It contained material known from habitation sites, domestic pottery, large stone querns, hammers, etc., and its proximity to the settlement on the southwest side of the property cannot be overlooked. Neither can we overlook the presence of items usually found as burial offerings, plus the early Cycladic marble figurines. The smaller deposit that contained the hat-shaped vessels is chronologically limited to the transitional early Cycladic 1 to 2 phase. Also, because of its context, it must be associated with some ritual in the same vein as the deposit of hat-shaped vessels at the Agia Anargyroi cemetery on Naxos, described by Dumas. Slightly later, within the early Cycladic II period, are the marble figurines, which were found in a seemingly disturbed layer above the fissures with the burials adjacent to the rock outcrop. This whole area, with the deposits and the burials, primary or secondary, and the special finds with no evidence for habitation, seems devoted to ritual activities spanning a long period from late early Cycladic I to late early Cycladic II, and perhaps III. Apart from the case of Agia Anargyroi mentioned above, early Bronze Age ritual deposits, usually in rock cavities or fissures, are known from the Cyclades, for instance at Rivario on Milos, or Akrotiri on Thera, or from Attica at Sepi and Koropi, and elsewhere. And in view of its proximity, one cannot overlook Keros, where two special deposits, because of their enormous numbers of fragmentary early Cycladic marble figurines and special pottery forms, also fragmented, have been interpreted as an early pan-Cycladic sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that exciting new stuff from Naxos and Kofonisi. Our third speaker is Dr. Peggy Soteriakopoulou, who's been lecturer in the University of Crete and curator at the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens. She's well known for her doctoral research on the Neolithic and early Bronze Age pottery of Akrotiri Thera, and she is the author of The Kyros Hoard, Myth or Reality, and with Nikos Stampolidis, Aegean Waves artworks of the early Cycladic culture, and a whole lot of other things as well. She's co-edited an exhibition catalogue on the Cyclades and Western Anatolia, and has written articles and contributed to volumes on the marble figurine fragments from the special deposits at Kavos and the early Cycladic pottery from Thaskalio. And she is going to talk about piecing together disparate fragments of early Cycladic sculpture across several museums. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue, for the introduction, and good morning, everybody. A total of 1,470 Cycladic and Cycladic type figures are currently known from archaeological investigations in the wider Aegean. Some 1,278 of them have come from the Cyclades, 108 more from Crete, and 84 others from mainland Greece and the rest of the Aegean. These are of various schematic and naturalistic forms, and almost exclusively of marble, although examples made of other kinds of stone or other materials also occur occasionally. The sculptures are primarily of the folded arm type and to a much lesser degree schematic, or of other naturalistic forms, including the plastiras type, the Louros type, the pre-canonical type, and the special type. The folded arm figures from all over the Aegean, amounting to about 69% of the total, are about 3 times as many as the schematic ones and more than 9 times as many as the figures of other types taken together. About similar are the ratios of folded arm to schematic and other types in each individual area, namely the Cyclades, Crete, and mainland Greece with the rest of the Aegean. Consideration of the data published so far indicates that Cycladic and Cycladic type figures have been found in cemeteries, settlements, and sanctuaries in both early Bronze Age and later contexts, ranging in date from the Middle Bronze Age down to the Roman period. In the case of their occurrence in later contexts, as it usually happens in the Cycladic settlements, it is not always clear whether they were kick-ups from early levels during later building activity or if they were rediscovered and reused during the later periods. In the cemeteries, they have been found either inside the graves as offerings to the dead or outside the graves, as for example at Alonistria Chozouri, on Anakofonisi, and at Komassa in Crete, or in deposits within the cemeteries, as for example at Tsepi near Marathon and at Asteria of Glyphada in Attica, or occasionally built in the walls of Cretan Tholos tombs as foundation deposits, as for example at Tholos tomb A at Komassa, and at Tholos tomb C of Fourni at Archanes. In the settlements, they have been found either dispersed at various points or gathered in specific spaces, as for example at Acroterion Thera. At the sanctuary in Keros, the figurines have been found in 2 special deposits, the looted north and the undisturbed south, together with a variety of other early Bronze Age materials, including pottery, marble, and other stone vessels, obsidian artifacts, spools of stone and shell, water-worn pebbles, numerous species of shell, stone discs, metal artifacts, and metallurgical remains, as well as with isolated pots and potsherds of late classical, Hellenistic, and Roman date. In the Cyclades, the figurines appear on present evidence to occur almost equally often in settlements and in cemeteries, but the great majority of them, amounting to a minimum of 64% of the Cycladic examples and to more than 55% of the total Aegean specimens, has come from the archaeological investigations at the special deposits of Keros. On the contrary, the Cycladic and Cycladic type figurines from Crete, mainland Greece, and the rest of the Aegean have been found mainly in cemeteries and to a much lesser degree or only occasionally in settlements. With regard to their distribution by type, in the Cyclades, the folded arm sculptures abound in the special deposits of Keros, whereas the schematic figurines predominate in the settlements and cemeteries. Beyond the Cyclades, the folded arm figures predominate in the cemeteries, while in the settlements they occur almost as often as the schematic ones. The other forms are found in all areas, more often in cemeteries than in settlements and in special deposits. The figures are sometimes reported to have been found broken in 2 or more pieces. The red arrows indicate the fracture points. Much more frequently are they found fragmentary. The degree of fragmentation varies. Sometimes the largest part of the original figure is preserved. Much more often, however, a fragmentary figure consists of only a small part of the original sculpture. The fragmentation pattern is particularly common. This fragmentation pattern is particularly common in the special deposits of Keros. But it is not limited there. It is also common on Anakoufonissi. And is also seen in various cemetery and settlement sites, both within and beyond the Cyclades. In fact, the overwhelming majority, that is 80% of the Cycladic and Cycladic type sculptures from all over the Aegean are fragmentary. To a relatively modest degree, that is 16.6% is intact or almost intact, and to a very small degree, that is 3.4%, complete but broken in pieces. Similar is the picture in each individual Aegean area, though with some variation in the percentages. Here again, the fragmentary figures are in all Aegean areas, mainly of the folded arm type, and to only a relatively modest or small degree schematic or of other naturalistic forms, a fact perhaps relating, among others, to the overwhelming numerical superiority of the folded arm type to the others. Regarding distribution of the fragmentary sculptures by type of find spot, in the Cyclades, the overwhelming majority of them, that is about 82%, has been found in the special deposits of Keros, followed far behind by the fragmentary figures recovered from settlements, and lastly by the ones coming from cemeteries. But even when excluding Keros from the discussion, the fragmentary figures from the Cyclades still outnumber the intact and complete but broken ones. On the contrary, in the other Aegean areas, the fragmentary figures have come primarily from cemeteries and to a much lesser degree or only occasionally from settlements. Regarding fragmentation in relation to the type of figurines and their find spots, it appears that the schematic sculptures are much more often found intact or complete than fragmentary in both settlements and cemeteries, whereas the folded arm figures are almost always fragmentary in settlements, almost equally often fragmentary and intact or complete in Cycladic cemeteries, and much more often fragmentary than intact or complete in cemeteries beyond the Cyclades. On the other hand, in the special deposits of Keros, the figures of all types are almost always fragmentary, and in only isolated instances intact or complete. It should be noted, however, that a number of sites have produced no fragmentary sculptures, although they may include broken but complete ones. A most characteristic example of such a case is the cemetery at Halandriani on Syros, which has yielded a total of 22 figures of both the folded arm and the schematic apeiranthos type. Three of them are shown to be broken at the neck, arms, or legs and restored. But these damages may have been post-depositional through accidental damage during archaeological investigation and retrieval, as there is no report that these figures were found broken. At the opposite end, there are sites that have yielded only fragmentary sculptures. Characteristic examples of this case are the settlement at Agerinio in Kea, with 42 figures of various types. And the cemetery at Nea Styra in Euboea, with 16 figures of the folded arm type. To a third category belong the sites, such as Koumassa in Crete, in which both intact and fragmentary sculptures are present. Even more revealing is the case of the sites in which complete and fragmentary figures have been found together in the same grave or in the same space. Characteristic examples of this case are the structure with a cluster of figurines at Acroterion Thera. And the Tholos tomb C of Fourni at Archanes in Crete. It appears then that there were significant differences between different Aegean communities in the treatment of artifacts of a symbolic significance. This might echo structural peculiarities of each individual community, depending on local social codes associated with perceptions about the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. It is unknown why some figures were selected to be fragmented and others to be left unbroken. What seems to be certain is that the fragmentary figures had the same symbolic value as the intact ones, and that breakage in itself did not denote an end point at the life cycle of the sculpture. Fragmentation of symbolically charged artifacts is generally thought to have been deliberate and practiced for ritual purposes, perhaps representing ritual destruction, the so-called killing of the objects, and to have had some symbolic meaning and function for both the living and the dead, although in certain cases accidental breakage is also possible. Fragments of figures may have been deposited in graves, cemeteries, settlements, or ritual deposits on the pars pro toto principle, that is to say, that a part is taken for the whole, although the concept of enchainment may also be in play. The term enchainment refers to the practice of deliberate removal of intentionally created fragments in order to create networks of social cohesion, interregional contacts, collective remembering, etc. It should not also be overlooked that practices of fragmentation are widely observed in early Bronze Age cemeteries and deposits in other media too, such as clay and stone vessels, stone tools, spools of stone and shell, obsidian blades, metal tools and weapons, silver vases, bone tubes, bone needles, and even human remains, as well as that systematic patterns of breakage of Neolithic figurines are widely attested in the Aegean and the Balkans. Grave furniture, including stone bowls, was intentionally destroyed as early as the pre-ceramic Neolithic in Cyprus, while Middle and Late Bronze Age tombs all over the Aegean and Cyprus provide evidence for the deliberate breakage of clay, stone, and silver vases, bronze weapons, and bronze and silver pins. It appears then that the intentional breakage of the Cycladic and Cycladic type figures is just one aspect of the practice of deliberate fragmentation widely observed in the Aegean during the Neolithic and Bronze Age and took place both within and beyond the Cyclades. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sotirokopoulou, for that wonderful talk. We're running a bit over, so we're going to take our break now and come back at 1 o'clock and hold the discussion until the end of the day, if that's okay. So thank you. We'll see you back here at 1. Thank you for the second session.
Welcome back. I hope everyone's had a nice, relaxing break. You're all caffeined up again, ready to roll. So in our second session, we're going to be looking at early Cycladic interconnections and the wider picture. What Robin was actually alluding to in his paper was that the Cyclades aren't isolated. They're very much part of a larger Eastern Aegean community. So our first paper then is, it's Ina Berg, will be talking to us about the international islands. Ina Berg from the University of Manchester is well known to us all for her recent comprehensive book on the Cyclades. So Ina. I don't have to pull it down too far for you, right?
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for the organizers for having me here. All right. Just to give you an idea of the structure that I try to follow. So my talk is divided into 3 sections. First, a quick introduction on the who, what, when, and where. And then I will explore 3 case studies that visualize the different degrees of interconnections. I start from the local, perceived as sort of the Cycladic islands, move to the regional, beyond the Cyclades, and then before finally looking at interconnections with regions beyond the Aegean. And then in my conclusion, I hope to pull things together and bring out the sort of most important insights. So here we can see in the visualization, you can see 3 circles, overt shapes, and that indicate the 3 case studies. Red is local, yellow is regional, and green is beyond the Aegean. And you can see at the top a chronological chart. At the top right there, it gives you an idea of how connected the Cyclades were in each kind of period. The paler pink phases were times of relative introspection for the islands, and contacts with distant worlds were limited. In contrast are the more reddish phases where trade intensified and the Aegean Sea became a highway for interaction in all directions. Let's start with the how, who, and what. So as you can see, essential to the movement across the Aegean Sea is, of course, the availability of boats. Here are some examples of boat models, depictions, and experimental boats that we believe were used in the ancient early Bronze Age world. These boats were made of wood or reed and had to be rowed or paddled. These boats were used for transporting everybody and everything, people, animals, cargo, and were the means by which technologies, symbols, ideas, and beliefs moved between regions. Based on archaeological finds, we know that people traveled for many reasons, from mundane everyday activities to specialist tasks like fishing and craft production, and even to, an occasional attack and piracy. Everyday activities would probably keep a person close to their home island and would be concluded within a day or 2. However, seafaring specialists, such as traders or craftspeople and fishermen, would probably be away from home for considerable periods of time. This could be weeks, months, or even years, and of course, some people would have relocated permanently. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see at the top the daily estimated travel range for different distances. You've got the small 10-kilometer inner circle, which constitutes the assumed local range for local travel. And then you have the wider circle on the outside, which is the estimated 40-kilometer range for an outbound journey of a longboat. And that gives you a good idea, I guess, how interconnected the islands were and how far you could travel within sort of a day's range. The map at the bottom right shows the journey times for the experimental reed boat made by Professor Dallas. Daily distances were much shorter that could be achieved, and it took longer to complete the entire journey from Lavrion to the island of Milos. In total, it took the crew 16 days to paddle, and they had to interrupt it. And part of the reason why it was so long was because they had to interrupt their journey from time to time because the winds were too strong for the paddling. But even on in this kind of small boat made of reed, the crew was able to paddle up to 14 nautical miles on a calm day. So now I want to go into my case studies. So here the first one is about the island of Keros. Our first connectivity case study concerns the island of Keros, where the 2006-2008 excavations by Colin Renfrew and his team revealed the so-called Special Deposit South, and we've heard about this already before. Dated to early Cycladic II period, the deposit contained almost 54,000 pottery fragments, almost 550 figurine fragments, and more than 2,200 stone vessel fragments, and many other finds. Curiously, only fragments had been deposited, and even more interestingly, none of the broken marble pieces could be joined. Unlike burials, for example, where whole ceramic or marble vessels would be deposited, here only one carefully selected fragment from a pot or a figurine was placed into the ground. This practice of depositing select pieces went on for decades and centuries. Renfrew believes that these objects had been broken before the start of their journey, probably as part of a religious ritual. The islanders then voyaged to this island to place these marble pieces in the ground. There's no evidence of a settlement site nearby, so it appears that the sole purpose of travel would have been this deposition. Colin Renfrew therefore argued that what we are seeing here is the world's first, earliest maritime sanctuary, and he conceived this as a center of congregation to which participants were drawn periodically and where communal, regional, Cycladic identity was celebrated and affirmed. But how far did these people travel in order to deposit the marble pieces? Obviously, we don't know. What we do know is where the marble came from. Two scholars, Tambakopoulos and Maniatis, analyzed the marble pieces to determine their origin using stable isotope analysis, spectroscopy, and grain size analysis. And the estimated end result is that more than 90% of the figurine marble, irrespective of figurine type and variety, came from the neighboring island of Naxos. A small percentage of marble may have originated on the island of Ios. A similar picture applies to the marble vessels, the majority of which were also made on Naxos. And you can see that in the graphs there that were taken from their work. So, various hypotheses present themselves. The figurines and vessels were made by people living on Naxos who traveled to Keros to deposit them there, or other islanders had obtained the marble objects from Naxos and then deposited them on Keros. Can't make a decision, but what is important is that we are seeing regular and sustained interaction between two neighboring islands or more neighboring islands that required frequent sea travel for the purpose of undertaking a particular ritual. Then moving on to a more regional case study, and this is a case study of Aegean perforated furnaces. This research was undertaken by Yvette Marks Sanderson, who completed her PhD at the University of Sheffield in 2025, and I had the pleasure of being the external examiner for that PhD. And the PhD is called Reassessment of the Evidence and Context of the Creation and Development of Aegean Perforated Furnaces. And I'm grateful to her for her permission to present some of her results here today. So you can see the perforated furnace, it's a replica in the center there. And in the map, you can see a list showing where these were found within the Aegean. Aegean perforated furnaces are an iconic type of copper smelting furnace, which have been found in the Greek mainland, the Cyclades, and even on Crete. Based on the chronology of the Aegean perforated furnace, it appears that this technology was developed in the Greek mainland during the Neolithic period and then spread southwards into the Cyclades during the early Bronze Age. Having undertaken several replication experiments, Dr. Marx was able to demonstrate that oxygen did not get pushed into these furnaces by bellows, as originally believed, but rather by wind. This technology utilized natural wind flow to stoke the flame and increase the temperature inside the furnace. Therefore, the location of these smelting sites on promontories exposed to strong northerly winds was an intentional choice and not accidental. Other evidence supports this interpretation. These smelting sites were neither located near ore sources nor near habitation sites. The advantage of this technology is that it would require less manpower than bellow-powered furnaces. And of course, it eliminates the need for equipment like the bellows and the blowpipes. On the downside is the fact that smelting needed to wait for strong winds, which, luckily for those of you who have traveled to the Cyclades, frequently encountered in the Aegean, so you wouldn't have to wait, hopefully, too long. This technology lasted until the end of the early Bronze Age and beginning of the Middle Bronze Age. It was then abandoned when the available ore deposits required a more reducing atmosphere than what could be achieved through this technology. So this example demonstrates the willingness of people to experiment with new technologies and to adapt this technology to the natural environment and local resources, and to travel long distances to make copper. Whether these journeys were purely for the purpose of smelting copper or perhaps that took place under the guise of other motivations such as trade or political alliances or warfare even, is unknown. However, they nevertheless speak to frequent trips across the Aegean and the general mobility of the islanders. Staying with metals, slightly different tack on metals. Similar to the Aegean perforated furnaces, which speak to great mobility, so does the production of copper more generally. And copper was, of course, available from many Cycladic islands, such as Kythnos, Seriphos, Sifnos, and also, of course, from Lavrion on the Greek mainland. Aside from the rich multi-metallic mines at Lavrion that were used over millennia, metal sources in the Western Cyclades were generally small to medium in size and were probably intensively exploited only for relatively short periods of time before they were exhausted. You can see the pie charts on the right-hand side, which show the provenance of early Bronze Age copper objects from Crete, the Greek mainland, and the Cyclades, and speak to the great diversity of sources used and the ability and willingness of people to travel to obtain metal. Not only did they use copper from the different islands that we just discussed in the Cyclades, and of course from Lavrion, but also from further afield, such as Cyprus, Anatolia, and the Black Sea. However, the story gets even more complicated. As you can see, I've sort of provided a slight brief outline of the journey of copper and all the different stages that you need to go through in order to get a copper object in the end. So it runs from extracting the ore through to concentrating the quality of the ore by crushing or grinding it. Then you would have to heat the crushed ore and separate it, separate the copper from the rock. And then you might have to do that again, and then before you finally can turn it into raw material, the raw material into a finished project through casting object by casting or by hammering. What is interesting, though, is these steps are not necessarily associated with the same location. In fact, virtually none of them are. So if you think about the different steps, we have mining and crushing of ore is normally undertaken close to the mine itself. However, smelting or secondary smelting and casting often took place at considerable distance and may even involve travel to an entirely different island. For example, we have copper smelted at Skouries on Kythnos. That came from Kythnos itself, but also from Sithnos, Kea, and possibly Seriphos. An even more extreme case is the smelting site of Chrysokamino on Crete, which received crushed ore from the western Cyclades, that is Kithnos and Seriphos, and from Lavrion, and that is a journey of 325 kilometers as the crow flies. So a long way to go and process your metal. So movement and mobility were built into the journey of copper, and the search for metal connected many regions, near and far. And then finally, moving to interconnections beyond the Aegean, and here we have the Castri group. The Castri group is characterized by the appearance of new and foreign-looking pouring, drinking, and eating shapes. Iconic shapes are the one-handled tankard, the Dempers amphikipilon, the bell cup, lentoid jug with cutaway spout, and straight-sided plate, and you can see examples bottom left. Pottery surfaces are generally covered with lustrous red, brown, or black slip, and some pots are made with a potter's wheel, an innovation that would only appear in the Cyclades, really, from the Middle Bronze Age onwards. These forms appear to have close affinity to pottery from West Anatolia and are an indication either of the movement of people or of extensive exchange and mobility between these regions, which expressed itself in a shared set of vessel shapes that stretched from the Anatolian coast to mainland Greece and the Aegean islands. Found in settlements and cemeteries, most sites only have small quantities of this diagnostic pottery, normally less than 10%, and local traditions continue. It's been commonplace to link the introduction of this new pottery style to the appearance of metal objects made of tin bronze. As tin was not available locally in Greece, it must have come via long-distance trade routes from Mesopotamia or Anatolia, and might even have involved the migration of people. Originally, scholars perceived the Castri group pottery to be homogeneous in shapes, origin, and chronology across the entire Aegean. However, detailed case studies suggest that vessel types differed in origin, distribution, and date, and were most likely produced and imported from multiple locations. Only a number of sites represent the incomplete repertoire, while other sites may only have one single shape. Recent work has emphasized how diverse these shape combinations were. There does not appear to be any consistency in types found together, and they constituted both imported and locally made pots. And it seems that the precise composition of a site's assemblage was governed by consumer choices. The presence of Anatolian types should therefore be seen as an indicator of increased interaction between the Aegean and Anatolia that included the movement of people, objects, and technologies and ideas. So, what do we make of all of this? Clearly, the Aegean Sea was a region pulsating with long and short distance sea travel throughout time. Small and long distance journeys demonstrate the great ease and competence with which Cycladic islanders traveled across the Aegean Sea. Not only was seafaring essential for day-to-day survival, but was also important for the procurement and processing of raw materials and even spiritual matters. Most importantly, the sea was a highway also for the transmission of technologies, ideas, and beliefs. While most people were probably working on land, many will have been competent in undertaking short journeys around their home island. However, it is likely that those who traveled longer distances and consequently were away for longer stretches of time were probably seafaring specialists of some kind. Thanks to a wide range of vessels that were capable of short and long distance movement, the Aegean Sea acted, therefore, as a bridge between regions. While times of relative isolation existed, isolation was a choice, not a necessity imposed by the sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ina. So we're going to move on now. Actually, we spoke about silver a bit this morning. We saw that beautiful little bowl that Olga found. And now Sue Sherritt, a professor emeritus at Sheffield University, will share with us her recent study on Cycladic silver. Oh, is Sue here? Yes.
Well, excuse me, it's become increasingly clear, I think, over the last several decades, just how important silver was in the prehistoric as well as early historic Aegean, culturally, economically, and ultimately sociopolitically as well. The Cyclades in the early Bronze Age, that is in the 3rd millennium BC, is one period and region where silver has seemed prominent since the 19th century, when a number of silver objects of Cycladic origin fell into the hands of dealers, collectors, and museums. Well, silver in the form of so-called native silver, that is in its pure metallic form, is actually relatively rare in the ground. And from the 4th millennium onwards, it's pretty certain that most of the silver found in the Near East and the Aegean was derived from argentiferous lead ores, such as galena, which is lead sulfide. And as you can see from this map, I'm sorry, the scale is not great, galena is very widely distributed in the Near East, particularly in Turkey, the Balkans, and the Aegean, and particularly densely distributed in the Cyclades. Well, from the 4th millennium onwards, silver was extracted from galena by a process of cupellation. First, the ore was smelted, and then remelted in an oxidizing atmosphere in a cupellation hearth or bowl. And this separated the silver out from the lead, leaving behind a residue of litharge, which is lead oxide, which can often be picked up in the archaeological record. Well, the earliest evidence so far from the Near East for cupellation of, in the form of litharge comes from southeast Turkey, from the site of Fatmalı Kılıçık, dating from the beginning of the late Chalcolithic, that is more or less immediately after 4000 BC. But litharge dating from the early part of the 4th millennium is also found at a number of sites on the Iranian plateau and in southwest Turkmenistan. Now, the earliest litharge in the Aegean dates from the final Neolithic or the final Neolithic early Bronze Age transition, sometime in the later part of the 4th millennium, particularly at several sites in eastern Attica and on the island of Thasos in the North Aegean. In the Cyclades, litharge is found in the early Cycladic period, particularly at several sites on the island of Sifnos, but also at Aierini on Kea and at Daskalio off the coast of Kyros. But silver was possibly mined and probably actually worked in a number of other places. Now I'll come back to the balance weights shown here on the right a little bit later on, because these also have a relevance for the context in which silver was used. Now, Sifnos is the silver island par excellence in the Cyclades, although suitable galena is found on most other islands as well. Particularly important for evidence of the mining and processing of silver are the peninsula of Aiosustis up on the northeast of the island, and the area around Platialos and Akrotiriaki down in the south of the island, though there's also some evidence from Kapsalos right there in the center. And you'll notice from the photographs that both Aiosostis and the area around Akrotiraki provide excellent sheltered coves where early Cycladic longboats could be beached. The mines at both Akrotiraki and Aiosostis have provided evidence of early Cycladic activity in the form of early Cycladic one sherds and also metallurgical equipment such as tuyères. And in fact, a few of the sherds, though none of the ones shown here, suggests that this was already going on, as in Eastern Attica, before the end of the final Neolithic. Akrotiraki, in particular, at the bottom there, has provided plentiful evidence of litharge, dating from the early Cycladic period. As for silver objects from the Cyclades, the vast majority of which come from graves, though some have a decidedly hazy provenance, the earliest is probably this collection of tiny silver disc-shaped beads, which has a larger silver bead in the middle there, from the Louros cemetery on Naxos. But other silver personal ornaments include these 3 rolled silver beads from the so-called Kapros D group, said to be from Amorgos, and now in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. It's been suggested that these reflect metal beads current in the Near East in the 4th and 3rd millennia, since though no silver beads of this sort have so far been found in the Near East, stone beads with very similar diagonal incisions producing the same sort of rolled effect have been found at Uruk and have been interpreted as reflecting metal beads of this sort. Other silver personal ornaments, quite well represented in the early Cyclades, are bracelets, like these incised examples, also said to be from Amorgos. Others include diadems, including the very famous one from Castrion Syros with its intriguing incised decoration, plus a plain one down there from Amorgos. Numerous pins, and even the odd silver spoon, like this one down here on the bottom from Aplomaton Naxos, which may have had something to do with the dispensing or application of pigments or other valuable substances. But among the most interesting of the early Cycladic silver objects are the vessels, like the bowls shown here, one with no provenance in the Golandris Museum of Cycladic Art, up on the top left, another from the Kapros D group in the Ashmolean, and 2, one shown here on the bottom right as one of 2 in the Metropolitan Museum, said to be from Euboea, but thought on grounds of similarity of shape to the Ashmolean bowl to be of Cycladic origin. Jugs are also found, like the one on the bottom left here, from Panormos on Naxos. And Ferdinand Dumler saw a silver chalice from Notina on Amorgos back in 1886, but I think it has now disappeared. And all of these, I'm quite convinced, form part of prestigious drinking equipment. Well, apart from silver objects like the jewelry and vessels, there are also silvered objects, including dagger blades. Some, like the one on the far left, possibly plated with silver, but others, the one in the middle here, given a silvered surface with the help of arsenic segregation in some form or another. In addition, you have this silver-plated clay jug from Spedos on Naxos here, and you can just see the remains of the heavily corroded black and silver clinging to the jug in places. Well, silver undoubtedly formed part of the image that the early Cycladic islanders wished to project of themselves, as displayed in various aspects of their material culture. Macho longboat crews engaged in shipborne raiding, clean-shaven, using these long obsidian blades, possibly tattooed in bright colors, with glittering daggers and silver drinking equipment. Just want to turn now to the balance weights that we saw before, which, as I say, are also an important part of the story. Well, just over 20 years ago, Lawrence Ramsdorff, who was then in Heidelberg studying small finds from Tiryns, noticed that a number of these curious spool-like objects, which have sometimes been described as pestles, first appear in the course of early Cycladic too, and often made of fancy hard stones like the three up there from Koraku. He noticed that they had marks on them, which are rather like some of the marks found in weights in the Near East. So he set about weighing them, and having indeed found regularities, he came to the conclusion that these were indeed balance weights, and what's more, of suitable weights for weighing small amounts of precious metals like silver. Well, third millennium Near Eastern texts make clear that silver vessels were treated as bullion in the Near East, and that Cycladic silver vessels may also have been treated in this way, and that indeed some Cycladic silver vessels may have made their way to the East in this period, is suggested to me by the weight of the Caprosti bowl. If you allow for some missing chips from the rim and the effects of polishing since it got into the hands of antiquities dealers in a museum in the later 19th century, it could be seen, with just a bit of goodwill, as the equivalent of 10 Eblaite shekels. But in any case, the silver vessels and the balance weights are evidence of the spread of shared economic and cultural values between the East and the Cyclades. Wine drinking as a formal, ritualized, and increasingly widespread practice first becomes visible in the Aegean in the early Cycladic period. This is not when they started drinking wine, but when they started making a thing of drinking wine. And it's seen, for instance, in the way in which a number of clay bowls of similar forms to metal ones had vine leaf impressions quite deliberately stamped onto their bases. And we saw one already, I think, yesterday. So as you drank, it would be clear that what you were drinking was wine. Silver vessels associated with formalized wine drinking are already known in the Levant as early as the later 4th millennium. Well, in support of the notion that Aegean silver was finding its way to the East in the 3rd millennium, we have what Vasif Shahoylu has called the Anatolian Trade Network, later EB2 to EB3, which extends from eastern Anatolia and Mesopotamia in the east to the western Aegean in the west, and was quite clearly concerned with the procurement and flows of metals, undoubtedly including silver. Note here that by this time, down at the bottom here, we also have a direct sea route using rowing and sailing ships, linking the Levant, particularly probably Byblos, with Crete and the Southeast Aegean. And just as an aside in all this, I want to bring in the notion of metal skeuomorphism, an idea which was very familiar once upon a time to the likes of Arthur Evans and John Myers in the early 20th century, but which particularly under the influence of processual archaeology, I think, until recently rather fallen out of favor. And what this means is that when an object in one material echoes the attributes of an object in a different material, typically clay echoing or referring to metal. And one reason for this is that clay has no inherent aesthetic of its own. You can do absolutely anything you want with clay, unlike metal, which tends to determine the kinds of shapes and forms you can make. And these are just a couple of examples of silver vessels and their clay counterparts dating to the early Bronze Age. But in fact, I think it's probably true to say that there once existed metal counterparts of virtually every ceramic form, which has since been recycled out of existence. Well, finally, to end with Crete, where in the 3rd millennium, silver objects were noticeably outnumbered by those of gold, which never appear in the Cyclades. And most of the silver objects that do appear on Crete are on or close to the north coast, nearest to the Cyclades. Particularly interesting site is Mochlos on the northeast coast, which has produced a number of silver objects in its tombs, including the only 2 silver vessels known from Crete in this period. This one's rather beaten up bow. Mochlos has been described by Keith Brannigan as an early Aegean gateway community, and a number of the finds there have a Near Eastern look. And this includes a silver cylinder seal, which appears to be an import from Syria. This gateway community is very plausibly one of the main places where ships from Byblos made contact with Crete from the second half of the 3rd millennium. One of the Aegean projects which ships from Byblos, with its very close ties with Old Kingdom Egypt, may have been interested in is silver channeled through places like Mochlos on Crete. Well, despite Crete's marked preference for gold over silver, it has, like the Cyclades, also produced some silver dagger blades, some of them from tombs in the Messarin in the south. An analysis of one of those from Kumasa reveals a silver-copper alloy, which was quite an alloy quite widely used for daggers and spearheads in various parts of the Near East in the 3rd millennium and indeed later. I just want to end with these beautifully inlaid silver bracelets of Queen Hetepheres, the wife of King Snefru and mother of Khufu of the 4th dynasty, who flourished around in Egypt, who flourished around the middle of the 3rd millennium. 20 of these were found in her tomb, and the ones shown here are 2 that are now in Cairo. Recently, however, fragments of others were given to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston and were analyzed by an Australian team for composition and lead isotope ratios. The inlays of turquoise, lapis lazuli, and carnelian suggest that stylistically the bracelets were made in Egypt. But the lead isotope analysis, which was carried out in Lyon, suggests that the silver is consistent with galena from the Cyclades, particularly, interestingly, Seriphos, and to a lesser extent from Lavrion in eastern Attica. Only one very small sample of heavily corroded silver was actually subjected to lead isotope analysis, so these results have to be treated with the greatest caution, and not least because I think some of the interpretation of lead isotope analysis can often be questioned. But this may well be a straw in the wind to help confirm that Cycladic silver did indeed reach Egypt, possibly via Crete and Byblos, from around the middle of the 3rd millennium, at least. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're still sticking with internationalism as regards to Cyclades, and we're going to go south and return to Crete with Dr. Irini Gali from the Heraklion Museum, who's done a massive amount of work, I think of her PhD, on Crete and the Cyclades, and she will get into some very strong detail now on what that connection is. Irini Gali.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. It is a joy to be here and to participate in this important event. And for that matter, I would like to thank the organizers for the brilliant way in gathering us all together. And I'm delighted because I get to discuss about relations between Cyclades and Crete during the early Bronze Age, focusing today on folded arm figurines and how they appear in Crete. Well, already in the late 19th century, when Crete was still part of the Ottoman Empire, pioneers of Cretan archaeology recognized marble figurines discovered in Cretan soil as Cycladic. From the outset, fundamental questions were raised that still shape discussion in a way. For example, were these figurines imported from the Cyclades or they were manufactured in Crete? And did they circulate as trade goods or as personal belongings? And what was their role in Cretan contexts? Was it the same as in the Cyclades? For more than a century, a range of laborious studies has moved the discussion beyond straightforward demographic explanations. Instead, the adaptation of folded arm figurines in Minoan habitats point to more complex fields of interaction. Building on this work, I will focus on Cycladic figurines in Crete within the specific historical conditions of the early 3rd millennium BCE. Cycladic figurines in Crete range from probable imports to local versions. This example is considered an import, possibly from Naxos, and was found in the wealthy cemetery of Koumassa in South Crete, in the fertile plain of Messara, which is actually one of the sites with the largest clusters of folded arm figurines in Crete. These are two characteristic examples of Cretan adaptations. The bone figurine follows the Cycladic spedos variety, but bone is a material commonly used in Crete for figurines and rarely, if ever, in the Cyclades. And the pair of the female figurines is a uniquely Cretan composition in local material, possibly from a small stone container, as insightfully suggested by Yorgos Gavalas. At the extreme end of the adaptation is this bone figurine from Trapeza cave in East Crete. Cretan material and Cretan context. Caves have a really deep history in Crete, since the Neolithic at least. And these two figurines also from a cave as well in East Crete, Agios Charalambos, used as an ossuary, preserving only some of the core Cycladic concepts, for example, an incised pubic triangle. Many of these figurines belong to the so-called Koumassa variety. This is an example from Koumassa cemetery itself. Koumassa variety seems to have been produced and circulated exclusively in Crete. And this figurine shows some recurrent features. For example, in this figurine from Pyrgos, a burial cave on the north coast of Crete, you can see small size, usually small size, not always, flat profile and broad downward sloping shoulders. They are very light artifacts. This weighs less than 25 grams. And another characteristic of the Koumassa variety is that the ratio between shoulder width and the distance from the arms to the feet is close to 1, contrary to the Cycladic examples. In Crete, most Cycladic figurines are found in cemeteries, which has often encouraged funerary readings, but they're not found exclusively there, as Peggy Sotirokopoulou said before. Two secure examples, at least, come from settlements, one from Knossos, the legendary palace of Minos, we will see later the fragment from Knossos, and one from Vasiliki, a settlement in East Crete. In Vasiliki, a figurine's torso was found in the wall of the so-called red house, but it is still debated whether it was put there intentionally as an offering for the well-being of the household or as accidentally as rubble. But examples of figurines in walls are also found in tombs. Also, Peggy Soterokopoulou showed us one of the pictures before, a recent find from Koumassa Cemetery and another from Archanes. Actually, this one from Archanes, it was found with another one, 2 figurines inside the wall of Tholos tomb Gamma. They were built together in it, and they were discovered not during excavation, but during restoration of the tomb, restoration of the walls of the tomb. Many folded arm figurines from Crete show signs of use before burial. The drilled holes are a characteristic example of this situation. They may suggest deliberate attempts to mend and prolong their use life before their final deposition. Also, it has been emphasized that their usually small size in Crete allows them to be held, many of them fitting in the palm, indicating tactile handling rather than static display somewhere. So they're not statues in the etymological sense of the word, things made to stand, fixed, public, monumental. Etymologically, they're more relevant to the ancient Greek word for statue, agalma, still used today, deriving from the verb agalo, which means to rejoice, to feel a joy of almost religious resonance. So in Greek, the word statue, agalma, means something that brings transcendental joy. Something that, an effect of Cycladic figurines today also. The Cretan repertoire is highly restricted. Almost all figurines are nude female bodies in an extended position with folded arms. This actually is one of the largest known Cretan Cycladic examples, though recently a find from the cemetery of Petras, an excavation directed by Dr. Metaxia Tsipopoulou in East Crete. There was a head fragment from a figurine estimated to be something like 50 centimeters long. So if this is true, then that is the longest discovered until now figurine in Crete. So mostly female in extended position. One securely identified example is male, and one is seated, as beautifully published by Peggy Soterokopoulou and Georgos Gavalas. To understand the historical conditions in which these artifacts entered Cretan contexts or appear in Cretan contexts, we need to step back in time just before their appearance to the so-called Campos Group horizon at the end of Early Bronze Age 1. During this period, Cycladic Cretan connections are highly visible in the archaeological record, but not that much through figurines. Instead, they appear in tomb types and pottery. Along the north coast of Central and East Crete, a series of sites exhibit exceptionally high proportion of Cycladic style ceramics, up to 80 to 90% of the pottery assemblage in 2 cases, with close parallels to assemblages from Anno Kfonisi in the Cyclades. These similarities were so striking that the term Cycladic province was coined for this part of Crete. Petrographic work by Dr. Eleni Noudharou showed that most Cycladic style pottery was produced locally in Crete. And actually alluvial clays that used for this pottery, they were taken from the vicinity of the sites where this pottery was discovered. So while potters in Crete followed Cycladic traditions in form, certainly, and in a surface treatment, their clay recipes were adapted locally, notably through the addition of crushed ceramics. This is a long-standing Cretan practice that has not been, until now anyway, identified in analyzed Cycladic pottery. So this points to blending than copying, pottery production within shared learning environments, something like what happened with figurines as well. These coastal sites lie at relatively short distances from each other and seem to have functioned in broadly similar ways, as maritime gateways, as points of enter in Crete. But the emergence of this zone of interaction is closely tied to the natural setting of Crete. Oops, sorry. Crete is a large island. It is something like 3 times bigger than all the Cycladic islands put together, and could sustain large population in relation to the islands of the Cyclades. its environmental variability is exceptional. Within few kilometers, one can move from alpine-like environments in West Crete on the White Mountains, and then to Mediterranean coastline with olive groves and vineyards, or to windswept rocky promontories, or long sandy beaches, or fertile alluvial plains, or oak forests with fresh water and even lakes. The most imposing feature, though, of Crete are the mountains that run like a spine along the length of the island. They form, actually, literally, the backbone of agropastoral economies and shape also boundaries between regions and patterns of movement. The mountains are a core element of Cretan identity even today, and inland connectivity within Crete, mobility within Crete, is as important as seafaring. Sorry. However, Crete lacked key raw materials that were available in the Cyclades, metals and obsidian. This imbalance was without doubt one of the factors that made connections necessary and valuable in early Bronze Age and contributed in the emergence of these dynamic relations. But around the middle of the early Bronze Age, the system of the Campos Group horizon changed. Production of Cycladic-type pottery in Crete ended, and Cycladic-type cemeteries were abandoned. So, if these were the only line of evidence we had, then we would assume that connection between Crete and the Cyclades had ceased, but this was not the case at all. Obsidian and metals from the Cyclades continue to circulate in Crete, and it is precisely at this moment that Cycladic figurines become widespread in Minoan contexts. So what we see is not a breakdown of interaction, but a shift in what was circulated and how. At roughly the same time, 2700 BCE, Knossos, the famous site of the Minoan Palace, enters a phase of major reorganization and expansion. Evidence suggests large-scale remodeling and leveling that created a much larger open space in a way reminiscent or anticipating what happened later, a few centuries later with the palace, with buildings aligned around the central court. At the same time also emerged fewer but more prominent gateway communities such as Mochlos, concentrating Cycladic obsidian, among other things, as we saw just before, alongside significant numbers of gold objects. This is just a very small part of the Mochlos gold that point to shifting sea routes toward the east, toward Anatolia and Egypt. In Crete, sites along routes linking the north coast to the south became key mediators of movement. Archanes stands out in this period with one of the largest clusters of folded arm figurines in Crete, as Koumassa, we saw before, and identified by Colin Refrew as a major workshop of these artifacts. This is a plan of Tholos Tomb Gamma in the Archanes cemetery. The black dots are the fine spots of folded arm figurines in the tomb. The traced lines are clay coffins that were discovered in an upper level. And this is published by Yannis Papadatos after the meticulous excavation by Yannis and Efisa Kelaraki. And these are some of the Archanes figurines as they are exhibited in the Archaeological Museum of Heraklion. Meanwhile, in the Cyclades, we see another very important process, Keros emerging as a major ritual center, as is proposed for the Aegean. Before the last section, I would like to pull a final strand, that is the emergence of boat imagery. In the Cyclades, longboat imagery appears already in the final Neolithic, while in Crete, this happens later, alongside the spread of Cycladic figurines. These, of course, are not simply illustrations of transport technology, and the timing of their appearance is not coincidental. They signal a new way of conceptualizing mobility itself. A slightly later example, however, adding to this conceptualization of inland mobility, equally important for Crete, this model of cart suggesting the existence of Minoan roads around at least major centers and ports, such as Palekastro, where this artifact was found. Together, these developments mark a shift in how movement was controlled and imagined in early Bronze Age too. Mobility remained essential, but it was channeled through fewer, more powerful hubs. New political geographies emerged. And for the final section, I would like to scale down from networks and centers to people and their things. Cycladic figurines operate at both levels, extended mobility and personal experience between bodies and geographies. In Minoan tombs, these figurines are relatively rare. A good example comes from Peter Gordon's discussion about a tomb at Levina in southern Crete. There, despite hundreds of burials for more than a millennium, only one folded arm figurine was recovered. This pattern, rarity, is more consistent with personal possessions and selective use. This emphasis on small scale, mobility, and gender allows us to bring to the foreground female mobility within what is called exogamous systems, that is, socially structured marriage outside one's community. In a small island, it is very well known in anthropological studies, exogamy plays an important role in demographic viability. In this slide, Cycladic figurines in Crete, small, portable, and sexed, may have accompanied women through marriage and relocation, gradually accumulating meaning over the course of a lifetime before their eventual deposition. So, although these female figurines seem silent and immobile, actually, they materialize extended mobility and adaptability in times of change, both in the past and in the present, today, through their ongoing recontextualization and movement. Thank you.
So we're going to have just a few minutes of discussion now. So if the speakers could join us at the front of the stage here. And Sandy, if you could act as the moderator.
Right, we'll now open the floor for not too long. We have exactly 2 minutes. Let's keep the questions focused and let's keep the answers focused. So, any questions?
And you have a mic. Okay, good. I was going to say I have a mic if you raise your hand.
The fragmentation and the connection to ritual. What are the hypotheses about the rituals that would explain the fragmentations?
It's a different. I talk about this.
So, Peggy, you want to stand up and answer?
Do you want to use the mic here? Okay. Could you repeat the question, please?
What are the ritual hypotheses about rituals that would explain fragmentations?
In the course of rituals taking place in cemeteries or in settlements in private sanctuaries or in sanctuaries for the public, such as on Keros, although on Keros they were deposited fragmented already. They had been already fragmented before in settlements or cemeteries. or they had been deposited there and then transported to Kairos. These are various speculations. We're trying to explain what really happened. We're trying to understand, rather. And several aspects remain a bit dark, but yes.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Well,
have
I had read that it was to make the magic work better, and I imagine that is one possible hypothesis. But what you're describing is quite a wider range.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a concise question before we enter the next? I've scared you all out. Yeah.
I know that textiles don't last over 3,000 or 4,000 years, but is there any thoughts about textiles being included in the trades in addition to the metals and pottery, etc.?
I think textiles, if I shall answer, I think textiles are important. When you think back to some of the early Cycladic I pottery with its herringbone decoration, that is typical tweed or twill satin. And I think this is what it is echoing. I think this is what it is echoing. Of course, they don't survive in the Cycladic environment, textiles. But the other thing is, you remember yesterday, maybe we saw, well, there is in the Ashmolean marble sheet that whoever did it has taken great care to emphasize the wool on it. So I think we are talking about woven woolen textiles in the early Bronze Age. And then, of course, textiles become more and more important as the centuries go on. But I think they are. I don't know whether they're exporting them anywhere, but they're certainly making them. And they're on their mind, clearly.
Speaking of being on the mind, that's an answer from someone from the Western Isles of Scotland. She sees Harris tweed. No, sorry. Go ahead, Olga.
You know, there's a Camaris tweed cup. Have you seen it? No. A Camaris cup from Knossos that has dog's tooth pattern on it. You know, this is a tweed cup. Clay, but tweed.
I couldn't agree more. Olga.
It's not a question, really. It's just a comment or an addition to what Ina Berg said about the metal. Well, congratulations for this panorama you showed. It was very interesting. But regarding the metals, the production of metals, because we had started with Sandy McGillivray searching for metals and metal working in the Western Cyclades. And the earliest furnaces we had found were on the island of Kythnos. Yeah. And then we continued the research with Yannis Basiakos and Myrto Georgakopoulou. And we had actually found the furnaces you showed on the island of Serifos. And we also found local ore sources which had finished, obviously, very quickly. And I wanted to say that I was not very clear when you showed these furnaces, which we had recreated in an experiment at Demokritos. We had found the fragments in situ on Serifos. It was not only the wind, they used areas outside habitation, far away from habitation sites, on promontories that were windy, but they did not depend on the wind for the, unless I did not understand very well. These holes were used for canes so that they could control the wind in the furnace. And so it was not a method by which they could have less people working there. They needed a lot of people working there, I thought. Unless I did not understand very well what you said. Yes.
Thank you. So obviously this is
So,
the PhD research of Yvette,
yeah.
so I can only...
Well, the Gales then did tried to find the origin of metals by their analysis, but we had found the ores on Kythnos and Seiphos.
Yeah. So basically
you.
what she did with her experiments is she used a strong hairdryer, basically, in order to imitate kind of the wind that blows through her replicated furnace, and she was then analyzing the slag, that had been left behind, and she was able to demonstrate that whatever she found chemically was resembling what she had received through her replica experiments to that what had been found in the archaeological record. And it was not something. She also did bellow experiments, and they had a different composition chemically, so that's how she derived at that interpretation.
Yes, but then it would be very strange to have all these holes around.
We have time for one more really brief.
Sure, of course.
It's an answer to that discussion.
Make sure you're using the mic so folks online can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. It was the question about the furnaces and the holes on the furnaces. I'm excavating at the Thorikos in the Lorion area, and there are no furnaces. Just one comment on what you said about where these furnaces were installed, always far away from settlements. It makes sense. You don't want to live in an area which becomes extremely polluted. That's one thing. And the second thing is when we are crossing the whole Lavriotiki area, and where we are spotting with Time and others and Konophagos who did it before me, where we are spotting where furnaces are, it's always in areas where the streams of air and the wind is very controlled. There is no, there is a kind of deep knowledge of the wind movement where to install the furnaces. It's not only a matter of distance between settlements and, let's say, the industrial installation, but it's also where the streams of wind are going. It's very interesting, and I think that these holes cannot be, I agree with Ms. Vlagnotou, it's mostly for artificially aided, for canes that will control internally the stream of the wing rather than blowing or something inside.
Thank you.
I think we should probably move on to the next session now. So Yannis Vapas will chair this session.
So it's time to move to the third session, which has the title Early Cycladic Art in Museums, New Perspectives. And the first paper is given by D. Abramaitis, Conservator, Department of Objects Conservations, the Met, and Federico Caro, Research Scientist, Department of Scientific Research, the Met, and has the title New Approaches for the Scientific Study of Early Cycladic Art.
Thank you, Sean, and organizer, for inviting us here at the symposium, and thank you all for being here. Okay, let's see if I take control of this. Yes, and I want to check this. Oh, yes, it's working. Perfect. So today I will present highlights from the technical and scientific study of Cycladic artifacts from the Leonard Stern collection that was accomplished by conservators D. Abramaitis and myself. And in the attempt to give you a sort of a glimpse of how we approach the study of these objects and what we can learn about these objects' history through science. The long-term loan of such a large group of Cycladic artifacts provided a unique opportunity to take a closer scientific look to the surfaces of a large number of artifacts that comes from the art market, so they don't have a secure provenance. And to document in an objective way the typology and condition of the materials. You see most of them are marble, but we do have on occasion some other different type of material. Signs of past conservation treatments, quite important to reconstruct the more recent history of the objects. And any direct or indirect evidence of decorations and pigments that might have been originally applied to their surfaces. And you will hear more about this later. This is a multidisciplinary work, so it's a collaboration between art historians, archaeologists, conservators, and scientists, and represent an essential first step towards a better understanding of their past and, I stress again, recent history. So the scientific protocol, which means that the type of observations and techniques that we choose, the scientific protocol was designed to be fully non-invasive, which means that we collected information without taking any sample. And that was a prerequisite of this type of first investigation. The first observations are usually done with our eyes, which are great instruments, such as using, for instance, visible light with the aid of optical and digital microscopes. For instance, by taking advantage of the natural translucency of marbles, and you see a beautiful picture here, and shining a strong light through the stone, we can enhance texture and structures, such as like grain size, how large these grains are, right, and how this size varies, and obtain useful information about the typology of these marbles. Sometimes someone claims also their provenance, although we have to be pretty clear that this is just a very qualitative approach to the study of marbles, and there are other ways to obtain much more precise and accurate information about provenance of marbles, such as the large amount of work that has been already done on Cycladic stone materials, and that is being done right now, for instance, by my colleague Vasiliki Anevlavi, that some of you might have met yesterday, talking about more recent development of the study of marble provenance. However, even if qualitative, this non-invasive approach of the textures and structure of marble in this collection led to some important results, and this is something that I guess you've been exposed to before. In this case, of this large female figure, we were able to identify at least 3 different types of marbles, and 2 of which, the head and the lower part of the legs, most likely modern additions. And you can see here highlighted in yellow arrows the lineation of the marble that make the main middle torso, lineation that ends abruptly at the junction of the head, and the marble of the head is very different in texture and structure, so it's a different marble. Visual observation is also essential to identify and describe the weathering of these objects, and to find any indirect evidence for original decorations. And you're all very familiar about Ricken-like observations of these objects that are able to enhance surface morphologies and identify features that might have resulted from the differential weathering of previously pigmented surfaces. So this is an example of, and I think I have a little detail here of like some curves and the famous ghost eyes. And I selected this one particularly because sometimes some of them look more incised than just being differential weathering of pigmented surfaces. So this is all up for discussions. by selecting specific source of illumination, such as ultraviolet light rather than visible light, we can visualize features such as pigments, filling and repairs that cannot be seen with just normal visible light. And in this case, the statuette is illuminated with ultraviolet light, and the visible luminescence is collected. So you see that a piece that look almost pristine reveals fractures that has been repainted at the neck, at the torso, the lower part of the torso, the waist, and other differently luminescing areas that might have been repainted with modern pigments. The object conservation department has a X-ray room that has been used extensively by Dee to collect X-rays. In this case, by using these more energetic radiation, we can highlight structural repairs to the sculptures as X-rays are absorbed differently by materials having different densities. And so here we have an example of this figurine, again, that appear intact, but has been repaired with pins. And I want to point out that these holes, this drill hole in the neck, that has been filled at a certain point. So this is sort of, again, a recent history that at a certain point this object might have had a head attached that is gone, and then somebody decided to fill that in. In this case, again, I'm combining to the UV luminescent image that I shown before, the X-rays. We can see now that those areas that were repainted correspond of areas of fractures. But you see that these fractures look dark, while this one looks much brighter. And this provides us information about the adhesives that were used to put this piece back together. And being different, we might imagine they might have happened in different time of the more recent life of this object. A visual examination with the aid of microscope is also essential in identifying pigment that are still present on the surface of the object, and in studying, which is quite important, their relationship with the substrate. It's not just finding pigment. I mean, finding pigment is something important, but we also we have to understand how that pigment relates to the surface to which it's applied to. So in this case, I provide an example of a red pigment here that has been found at the neck, at the base of the chin of this head, that is covered by accretion, so it's deeply embedded in accretion of on the surface. So once the pigment are located on the surface, we can characterize them more in depth by means of different analytical technique, non-invasive, particularly spectroscopy technique. So in these images here, you see the X-ray fluorescence spectrometer that we have at the museum that is used to probe areas where we notice there are some remains of pigments. And again, this is not a case. And just to show you that, again, non-invasively, we can get just a qualitative idea of what kind of pigment that could be. It's a red pigment, contains mercury, is likely cinnabar. And I take the chance here to say that of the whole figures that we have been analyzed, for the old figures that we analyzed, we were able only to identify cinnabar as a pigment on surfaces. Although you'll see things might be a little more complicated. So with the technique that I showed you before, we can determine qualitatively the chemistry of these pigments, so what kind of elements there are there on the surface. There are other techniques that characterize the same pigments at a molecular level. So here we have a Raman spectrometer that we use to confirm the presence of cinnabar in this case. And again, this is an example on this figurine. But interestingly, I said that we found only cinnabar. This is not true. We found cinnabar has the pigment that for which we found evidence to be original to the piece. But we did find other pigments that we interpret as not original to the pieces, but added later, and in most cases associated to later in paint and retouches to the surfaces. So in this case, is the pigment lazurite, that it's what is known as ultramarine blue, that has been found always associated with hematite and in areas of, most of the time in areas of repaint. But what is interesting is that for these objects that have been handled by so many hands, pigments can actually move around if you're not carefully handling them. So we did find particle of ultramarine blue here and there, and I have to say at the beginning I was like, oh wow, I found ultramarine blue on these objects, but turns out to be synthetic and just cross-contamination from handling of these objects. And again, to confirm that, imaging with with different source of illumination is quite important. The same figurine shows many areas of retouch, and indeed that ultramarine blue has been found in high concentration in these areas. So to conclude, this study provided us with the opportunity to investigate artifacts collected from various sources in the art market over a period of several decades, which really complicates the study and understanding of these objects. Despite the challenges presented by artifacts without a documented provenance or treatment history, there is clearly much to learn from a technical and scientific study of this collection. I feel that because they are coming from the art market doesn't mean that they are not carrying useful information for us. The shared data contributes to the current understanding of ancient Cycladic art and of the complex and controversial relationship between the practices of art appreciation, collection, treatment, and deception. So we look forward to additional study of excavated Cycladic sculpture undertaken by our colleagues and focus on identifying the provenance of the marble, carving technique, polychromy, and I think it's also quite important, the weathering processes. So how the objects that have been excavated are weathered and how that weathering compares to these that we found in the market. So this represents an essential source of complementary information that, together with the historic and archaeological records, might serve to clarify our finding and help us to contribute to a more comprehensive understanding of Cycladic culture. And I end by thanking all the people that have been working with us. Of course, it was not just me and Dee spending hours on the sculpture, it was a continuous conversation with our colleagues, which again, it's fundamental to understand and contextualize these results. Thank you.
And let's move to the next paper of this session. This is by Elizabeth Hendricks, Color and Magic on Early Cycladic Marble Figurines.
Let's see here. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for attending. I'd like to invite you to travel with me for the next 15 minutes or so to a place far away and way far back in time. This is the southern coast of Naxos, thanks to Adina, and it's a mid-afternoon in autumn about 4,000 years ago or more, somewhere between 2700 and 2300 BCE. Looking to the south, we can see the Kufonisia, just a half a morning's canoe trip away. And then looking inland toward the settlement, we see the village goats browsing on the rough terrain. And if we listen carefully, we can hear women singing songs taught to them by their grandmothers as they separate good wool from bad. And take a deep breath and let the autumn sun release wonderful aromas from the scrubby pines and the wild oregano and cooking fires, and even the pig yard. Far away, as we've seen, kings are ruling over large populations in Egypt, and city-states are bustling in Mesopotamia and beyond. The first writings are being pressed into clay at Uruk. But all of that bureaucracy isn't necessary here at this time. The scale is small, people know each other, and at this point, even important resources like obsidian and metal ores aren't being guarded by fortifications, nor are the settlements yet. There's time to eke out a living, time to explore, and time to create. And just jumping back to the present for 1 second, I want to point out the fruits of their creativity, in particular the marble figures. And I want us all to conjure up your favorite one and bring her back to the Cyclades, surrounded by the sights, the sounds, and the smells of her homeland. How did she come to be, and what was her relationship to the islanders? Well, as you've heard, we don't really know the answers to those questions, but there are some hints. First of all, they were made in very similar shapes over a long period of time. This is generations of people making these figures, and any Cycladic islander would have recognized her when they traveled from island to island. But of course, they looked quite a bit different back then than they do today. I think they probably all had some important details painted on them, and they may even have been dressed. I think you can see on this figure the pattern of a textile here and here that was made by burial sediment sifting down through a cloth that was up against this figure. As we've seen, there are some examples that are much better preserved in terms of their paint traces than others. And you can see here the wide open eyes and a smooth area at the top of the crown, and of course the traces of paint on the side of her face. And she would have looked something a lot more like this in the Bronze Age. It's very mysterious. There seems to be other sets of eyes going on. But before I ask why were these motifs painted, I tend to ask how were they done. And in particular, I was intrigued by the red paint. And as Federico has shown us, these are almost always cinnabar. And these, in fact, these cheek dots were cinnabar. I've walked around Naxos a lot, and there are brilliant red outcrops of soil. Always turns out to be iron oxides, but this is, of course, a mercuric sulfide. And cinnabar is interesting. It's found on these figures and also on marble vessels. So it really does seem to be the pigment of choice for the islanders, which raises the question, of course, why choose this rare pigment instead of a very beautiful iron oxide that's all over the islands. And as we've also seen, travel is being held in very high esteem by the islanders at this time. And I just want to point out, these longboats here, which we'll talk about again later. And so perhaps the materials brought back from these travels carried the same kind of esteem as the travels themselves. It turns out that there is an important source for cinnabar at this site called Yassos on the western coast of Turkey. And of course, here is Naxos to orient you. And the cinnabar was known very well in the classical Greek period from this time, but there was an early Bronze Age cemetery at this site, and it had some early Cycladic material in it. So it seems plausible to me that this was an important, if not the preeminent, source for cinnabar at the time of the early Cycladic culture. The third thing, besides the color and the exotic source of cinnabar, that was important to the islanders, I think, is that it is, in fact, magical. And by that I mean if you were to grind that red powder in the presence of copper and a little bit of vinegar, you could actually get droplets of mercury to form from that powder. And as you know, mercury is very toxic, very strangely behaving liquid, and I don't think that was lost on the islanders in the choice for this pigment. The other color that was very important to the islanders was blue, and we know that because it was found packed into these little clay vessels, also bone tubes that had a similar sea or wave pattern incised on them, and those were found in a lot of early Cycladic burials. And turns out that blue, which was identified as azurite, And that's what this chunk of mineral is back here. The Cycladic islanders knew that this was also a magical substance, in that if you crushed it and mixed it with charcoal, put it in a crucible, and then got some heat into that crucible, either through those perforated furnaces that we saw or a blowpipe, you could turn those blue chunks into a molten puddle of shimmering copper. So two alchemical transformations are very intimately connected with the pigments that they chose. I was able to take samples from early Cycladic objects at the Goulanders Museum, and on the left is cinnabar and on the right is azurite. I photographed both of these at 400 times magnification, and the first thing you'll notice is that they're very different sizes. The red cinnabar is also very densely red. It's red right to the edges of those particles, whereas the blue particles are this gorgeous transparent blue and definitely gets more and more colorless as you get to the edges of these big flakes. And this has ramifications for a paint that you'd want to make from these two pigments. You could take a very thin medium and put the red in it and make a very fluid paint that was really easy to control, whether you were painting a human body or a marble body. But if you took that same medium and mixed those blue flakes with it, those flakes would just fall right off. So you'd need something more like beeswax, something sticky and thick, to adhere those blue pigments to your marble substrate especially. And that in turn has ramifications for the preservation of the marble. And we've been talking a lot about different weathering on the marble. And as you know by now, these features are not carved on the marble, but those are the result of a water barrier protecting that marble from weathering. And something like a wax would have done just that. And so I've reproduced her original coloring, at least in part, to have her look something like this. And interestingly, there is red on this figure. There's some red under the chin here, and also in the grooves between the toes. And wherever that red is, there aren't any paint ghosts. And wherever there are paint ghosts, there's no blue, but they're two complementary ways of having evidence for paint preserved on the marble. So that starts to explain a little bit of the how, and in terms of the why, I do believe that there were two basic types of paint motifs applied to the figures, the first being sort of an animating series of motifs, and that would be these anatomical eyes and the hairstyle for the most part, and perhaps even things like these cheek dots, which might have been meant to indicate the life stage either of the person being represented by the figure or the figure herself. What we don't know is whether those motifs like the dots were meant to imitate face painting or tattooing or even scarification, but there are tools in the early Cycladic period that would have been able to accomplish any of those three things. The second type of motifs, I think, were more event-specific. So they would have been painted on during a story or a ritual where those motifs were appropriate and part of the story. Gail Hoffman has written an article about these paint striations on the cheeks, and her argument is that these are some of the first mourning figures in the Aegean, and she traces that history from these sorts of figures, whoops, I keep using the wrong tool here, to the Bronze Age, and this is a sarcophagus from Tanagra, and you can see the striations on the face of this mourning figure painted on the side of that sarcophagus. And she also talks about the law codes that came subsequently that said, you're not allowed to do that anymore, which means, of course, they were doing it. And that's a tradition that carried on right down to the present, as this woman from Azerbaijan shows. This is a figure that we're familiar with now at this point, and she does have gorgeous curls that you can see in raking light as we've seen before. But the front of her figure is much more typical in terms of her paint traces in that they're just hard to see. But I think maybe by now you can go along with me that there are eyes on either side of the nose here, and of course the smoother area across the top of the crown. But she probably would have looked something a little more like this in the Bronze Age. There are the extra set of eyes, and now turning back here, maybe you can see what I'm getting at there. There's an eye that seems to be flirting with the region of the heart here, another eye on her powerful thighs, a lozenge shape on the side of her face that seems to be sort of a mouth in animated expression, and finally a zigzag that goes right across her belly. And that's a motif that I've seen on a number of figures, on the belly and elsewhere. What could these things possibly mean? Well, we've already seen the zigzags on the longboats, and here they actually are on one of these frying pan type vessels. So maybe the zigzags were meant to safeguard a journey, whether that was through across the sea or through the birth canal. And maybe the extra eyes were meant to augment the power of vision, and you can see an eye here on this jug from Panermos on Naxos. So if you drank the contents of that jug, maybe you have extra power to see, or maybe you could ask the marble figure to see the outcome of an adventure. Or maybe the eyes were, as they functioned in later times, a request from a higher power to literally keep an eye on something that was about to face an exciting adventure, like the eye painted on this boat model from Philakopi so much later. Or maybe there was an overland journey that a person needed to make, and so you wanted to make sure to ask a higher power to keep an eye on the legs of the person making that journey. I don't want to suggest that any of my wild speculations have anything to do with what the Cycladic islanders were thinking when they painted these figures, but I do want to suggest that they knew exactly what they meant, and that the marble figures, in particular with their painted motifs, invite us to really appreciate the richness of their lives and their traditions and their stories, as well as their arts. Thank you.
Let's move to the last paper of this session by Ludovic Lozier, senior curator in charge of Greek sculpture, Greek and Etruscan and Roman department, Musée du Louvre. The Keros Head, masterpiece of the Cycladic collection in the Louvre. Old and new information. Ludovic, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like, of course, to thank the Med team to receive us so nicely and to organize very efficiently this symposium, which is not a surprise, knowing Debbie and Fran and Camille. Well, I picked up this very famous item because it's an issue at stake in a museum like the Louvre. Some of our collection are so famous. Thinking about Venus de Milo, Winged Victory of Samothrace, and the Keros Head, in a little less proportion, that we don't look at it anymore. And this is something that we have to fix. I realize that we are so used to look at the Keros Head in our collection that we haven't been studying the Keros Head for itself for decades. So I decided to refresh, as we say in French, the file a little bit. I don't know if I've been very successful, but I would like to share with you some ideas and new conclusion. Well, here we can appreciate naturally the beauty of the piece, which is a big one, 27 centimeter high, so belonging not to a figurine or a statuette, but to a statue, of course, 1.5 meters approximately, knowing the play of proportion in the Spedos variety, this head belonging to this Spedos variety naturally. First thing, it is a gift of Olivier Rayet, who was a member of the French school in Athens in the early years, the very early years of the French school in Athens. He was there in 1870-71, and he traveled in the Cyclades in Boeotia. And when he came back to France shortly before going back to Didima, excavating Didima, contracting malaria, and the poor guy died quite young, he offered the Kérosède to the Louvre. So I went back to the entry book of the department, and I've been quite surprised. In any publication, the date is 1873, but I reread the book, and actually it's a detail, but anyway, it has been acquired the 21st of December in 1872. December is not the next year, it's still the previous year. And we will see an archive later on showing that our previous colleagues, as Pierre de Vambez, head of the department in the 60s, knew it perfectly. I don't know how and why we had this little shift. Naturally, when we look at the Kéros head, we think about the small group, of large-scale statue and not statuette of the Spedos variety. Here you can see the one in the, if I show, here you can see the one in the Cycladic Art Museum, the National Museum in Athens, but also fragments and beautiful heads like the Kéros head. In the middle, the one in the Cycladic Art Museum, and on the right, the one with a major rest of colors in the National Museum in Athens. It's a small group, less than 20 items if we consider the one in Greece, in the US, in Copenhagen, and in Paris. And among this group, there is this fragment at the very left of the screen, which is a male figure. And we were chatting about this morning in Central Park with Yorgos Gavalas. And I was addressing this question. We say female head, but we have no clue. And at least in this small group, one is masculine. Why do we consider all the time that the Kéros head is a female head? I always say she, and she. So with Yorgos this morning, we assume that it is a very modern way of thinking, which is the beauty, because of course, to us, this is beautiful. The beauty is feminine. So let's be gender fluid a little bit, and we can put a question mark, female head, question mark. It could be, even though, of course, it's less probable, it could be a male head. The Kéros head could be a male head. Thank you, Yorgos, because before this morning, I wouldn't dare address this topic in front of an audience such as the one in the Met. Well, this female or male head arrived in the Louvre, as I told you, not in 1873, but in 1872. But it was not the first items from the Cycladic civilization to arrive in France, as Annie Kobe explained it yesterday. In the Cabinet des Médailles, at the Bibliothèque nationale de France, there is a beautiful big statuette, large statuette, attributed to the Gulandry sculpture or the Cavos subvariety to be up to date, that has been given by François Lenormand, the archaeologist François Lenormand, to the Bibliothèque nationale de France, which was the Bibliothèque impériale during this period of time, in 1899. Yes, 59, sorry. And in the Louvre, we can also consider this gift of Georges Instinct. Georges Instinct was also a member of the French school in Athens. He was also a member of École Nationale Supérieure and a very famous translator of Lautréamont for the Chant de Maldoror. But during a period of his lifetime, he was an archaeologist, and he offered this Spedos-type statuette in 1876. But we know that he was in Greece previously in 1856 and went back to France. So this statuette arrived in France 20 years before it was given to the Louvre. As a result, we can say that in Paris, the Cycladic collection are ancient as in the British Museum or in the Karlsruhe Museum. Those are a pretty ancient collection. But in the Louvre, what is interesting is the fact that Katharina mentioned it yesterday. In Karlsruhe, the Cycladic items weren't on display right away. In the Louvre, the Kéros head was on display in the gallery soon after it has been given by Olivier Rayet. And we have no record, no archive explaining that, but I guess, I'm still inquiring, that this is because Edmond Potier, a famous curator in the Louvre during this period of time, was very involved with what we call comparative archaeology. And in a showcase that is more or less documented in Galerie Campana, he was interested in comparing weird things for him, because of course it was weird, this type of items during this period of time. And because I wanted to make sure that we knew everything about what Olivier Rayet could have done during his time in the French school in Athens, I asked my colleagues in the Musée des Antiquités Nationales in Saint-Germain-en-Laye if they had listed the archive of Rayet. Unfortunately, no. This is not listed, so you have to go through all the boxes to see the travel diaries. And before going there, I asked a colleague to inquire a little bit, and she called me and said, no, there is nothing interesting at all. Maybe don't waste your time, don't take the metro, and so on. And I said, still, I would like to double check. I opened the first diary, and I found this very unpublished sketch by Rayet. So this is a little travel diary, and on one page you have a landscape from Amorgos looking toward Kéros, and on the other page, of course, two views, very accurate, of the Kéros head with a break on the left cheek and the break of the neck. Rayet was a good and talented and very promising archaeologist, and here you can see that he's connected with the materiality of an item. And there is also a note, I translate for you, marble head found in Kéros. This is also mentioned in the entry book in the Louvre. There is a word that I cannot read, but then Amorgos, Hora, so the main city of Amorgos, in the house of Mr. Vlavanos, so the Demarchos of Amorgos. And we know in other records that Vlavanos was very Francophile, because in his living wood, he has many engraving of Napoleonic battle, and probably he was in a good contact with Olivier Rayet. And then you can read one find often such items in graves. I thought to myself, well, this was the way people could understand this type of statue and marble during this period of time, but Kairos is so connected with the special deposit that it could be, a legend, a way of summing up information. But no, not yet. Again, this morning in Central Park, it was really decisive. we continually chatted, Yorgos Gavalas and I, and I said, but in Kairos, there is a possibility to find graveyards, cemeteries, necropolis. I said yes, and also big graves. So, and plus, during this period of time in the 19th century, the part of the island that the islanders from Amorgos and Chios were using was the grave area rather than the special deposit area. So today we could let open to debate the real functionality of the Kairos head during the antiquity. Maybe it was part of the deposit, but maybe it was a funerary contest that we should consider, and we should be very cautious with this issue. Naturally, and we talked about it also yesterday, the Kairos head is very decisive to understand how those statuettes and statue change, switch from being primitive in a negative way. In the British Museum catalogue, they are called ugly little monsters. And it's not a Lady Gaga quotation. In Smith's catalogue, ugly little monsters. In Héron de Villefosse summary catalogue in 1896, primitive statuette and primitive in a very negative way. Even though during this period of time in Paris, the avant-garde was composed of primitivists like Paul Gauguin or André Denis, but those ones were not in the mind of Héron de Villefosse, who was not participating to the avant-garde in Montparnasse at all. He was one of the members of the Académie des Inscriptions in Belles-Lettres in a total different society. But still, in Montparnasse and in Montmartre, the avant-garde, the primitivist, but then the modernist, could go to the Louvre. And the Louvre was, as Paul Cézanne said, an open book to learn how to achieve your work. And we know that Henry Moore was fascinated by this piece. But what is interesting is that Brancusi, and we all cite Brancusi, always said, I was influenced by nothing. I created everything myself. So we have to go back to Henry Moore's testimony, because Henry Moore was in Paris in the same time as Brancusi, and said, well, Brancusi was exaggerating. He wanted to be a self-made artist, but he went to the Louvre, we went together, and he saw the Kairos head. That's why, and I'm not talking about Picasso, because Picasso in Quai des Grands Augustins had a small collection with a violin-shaped figurine. But this is, I'm explaining these things because sometimes we could question this comparison if we read Brancusi without knowing Henry Moore's testimony. Yesterday we talked, and it's going to be addressed today also, about cahiers d'art. Cahiers d'art were decisive also to understand this switch of taste in the 20s and in the 30s. Four pre-archaic statuettes, I quote, so 4 Cycladic statuettes were only mentioned without any photos in the first issue of Cahiers d'art by Christian Zervos in 1926. And in 1929, Etienne Michon, the head curator of the Greek and Roman department, has been invited to write a paper about Cycladic art. He was an academic, he was very classical, he was also a member of Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres. And in French, it's so delicious that I read it in French and let you read the English, which is badly translated by IA. And it's a way to say that don't use IA, because I'm not satisfied by the translation at all. J'ai eu l'occasion de mettre en lumière des prototypes à coup sûr bien éloignés des Aphrodites de l'époque classique. Ah, I'm too far. Remontons jusqu'au milieu du 3e millénaire, 3rd millennium BC, which is correct. Mais auquel, malgré tout, nombre de nos contemporains sensibles aux efforts par où se trahissent les balbutiements, fustiles malhabiles d'un art primitif, ne sont pas sans accommoder un certain intérêt. So it's a very long manner of saying, well, I don't like it at all, but some of my contemporaries are appealed by this type of things. So it's a very switching moment. It's very interesting to see that. And of course, everybody knows the issue of 1933, when Zervos published the most famous statuette from the National Museum in Athens, next to the Keros head. And this is a moment when Christian Zervos is building up the myth of the Keros head being the Joconde of Cycladic art, or the Mona Lisa of Cycladic art, to translate it in English. And right after that, in the Louvre, the display of Cycladic art changed. I didn't use this picture, so I would like to thank Charlotte Kiblier in the documentation of the department, who digged up the old photos and filed it for me. And here you see that it is a very Art Deco, 30s way of displaying things, and the Keros head is not in the middle of archaeology comparée system as the one of Potier, but this is something valuable and visible for the audience, so it's becoming very important. But I leave the 20s and the 30s here because one of our very good colleagues is addressing more properly this issue. What are we doing? What are we supposed to do nowadays in our museum concerning this type of masterpieces? There are many ways, and we were talking about that yesterday with Katharina Tort. I would like just to remember you one decisive exhibition in Athens in the Cycladic Art Museum, shaping the beginning in 2006, where many items from Cycladic civilization were compared to Brancusi, Giacometti, Man Ray, and so on, but also Egyptian art, Sumerian art. It was one of the first exhibitions to emphasize this relationship between those items, not saying that Brancusi, for instance, or Henry Moore were copying Cycladic art, but they wanted to get to the spirit of those primitive, in a good way, civilization, to go directly to the essence, to the essential meaning and quality of those simple shapes. That's why they were looking at Cycladic art, Indonesian art, Cambodian art, prehistoric art from France or Germany, and Cycladic art. They were not copying the shape, only they were trying to get to the spirit of it. And that was one of the very good point made thanks to this exhibition in Athens in the Cycladic Museum. I should also quote the Cycladen exhibition in Karlsruhe in 2012, because here the Keros head appeared. It was not in the previous show, because in Athens you don't need the Keros head, you have the beautiful Goulandris head, naturally. But in Karlsruhe, the Keros head was there on loan, and very interestingly, it was not in the course of explaining the Cycladic civilization, but at the end of the exhibition with Henry Moore and so on and so on. So here we feel that the Kairos head is more like a landmark of modern art history than of Cycladic art history. A few years later, my good friend Jean Deloisy, who was president of Palais de Tokyo, the super huge contemporary art center in Paris, came to us because he wanted to get on loan Corée de Samos. Corée from Samos, because it's wonderful, it's simple, so it would have been a good loan for Forme Simple in Pompidou-Metz. I was quite reluctant to how to say that politely? Well, to send it away. Even though we're going to send it away to the Getty Museum next year, but I was not ready. Now I am. So I brought him in the galleries. This is someone working in a very open system, and say, well, on the way to the Corée de Samos, we could look at the Kairos head, and he told me, you know, I saw the show in Athens in the Cycladic Art Museum, and I get your point. This is a very good loan that I should get from the Louvre. I say, you got it. And so you can see, and this is why I was beginning with that, the Kairos head in Pompidou-Metz Center next to the Brancusi, which makes sense. And this is also the reason why when we organize a small exhibition about Cycladic art in Rodez, south and west France, because we have a partnership with Rodez. This is a French policy at the moment. A big museum in Paris should share their collection outside Paris, which is totally fair and okay. Plus in Rodez, the food is delicious, so I was volunteer to do the exhibition. Here you see the poster of the exhibition and the Kairos head, of course. And there, again, the Kairos head and the Brancusi Muse Endormi, Sleeping Muse number 2, plus Giacometti, and on the right, outside the screen, would be Zatkin, and so on and so on. So this is how we use it, but it was also an opportunity during this period of time to go back to the conservation of the Kairos head, and there, this is the very heart of our job I'm addressing. The Kairos head has been probably restored when it arrived in the Louvre, but it's not documented, as many conservations in the 19th century. But this is a moment when the neck was completed with plaster so that the head could fit on the base, simply. In 1996, when Pat Getz-Preciosi was in Paris and we were about to open the brand new pre-Hellenic gallery, Alain Pasquier asked Emmanuel Meillas to restore the statue. First, the head, sorry. First, the marble went to the Laboratoire des Monuments Historiques, so the National Heritage Laboratory. Unfortunately, besides all their efforts, they couldn't find anything. So Alain Pasquier very cautiously asked Emmanuel Meillas, I was just entering the museum, so I remember that, to be very cautious. So it was a very, very light cleaning. That is why the statue, the head is a little bit yellowish, because the wax that has been applied in the 19th century, as usually in museum, still remained. On the other hand, it was the opportunity to withdraw the plaster. Good thing with those plaster complements, fashionable in Paris in the 19th century since 1830, 30-something, is that to apply the plaster complement, you don't need to smooth breaks. So when you withdraw the plaster, you get the actual state of preservation of the statue as it is drawn by Olivier Rayet in his travel diary. That is also why it was important to find it. So that was the situation in 1996. So I decided to go back on this file with Véronique Picure and the collaboration of the Centre de Recherche et de Restauration des Musées de France, which during this period of time was more occupied to analyze the Kairos head, even though we had few hopes concerning this head. So we tried with raking lights to find hypothetical ghost of color. Of course, most of the times you can see it by your own eyes, but we wanted to make sure. And we had this very beautiful session. It's very aesthetical, but we found nothing. Then we went through the UV, and we found nothing. This is a personal photo that I like because it's modern. It makes me think about international blue line, but it doesn't prove anything. There is nothing on this picture. Infrared, nothing. So if you have nothing with all these devices, it's not even useful to use the Raman or the X fluorescence, and we didn't bother our colleagues. But nothing is something. First, now we can say this is not questionable. There is, alas, no hope to find color on this head, even though, of course, it was painted. On the other hand, if nothing is something, it's something for the conservation of the head, the new conservation of the head. So I asked Véronique Piqueur to be, of course, caution, but to clean the wax from the late 19th century or the early 20th century. That is why there is a discrepancy between the left picture and the right picture. But I wanted to remind you that when we touch a masterpiece, and we did it for the Venus de Milo, we did it for the Winged Victory of Samothrace, you cannot do that without spending all the time needed and using all the device needed to make sure that you are not altering a possible polychromy that is not so obvious to find. That's why the Keros head stayed in the lab during 1 month. It was more than enough, but still 1 month to double check everything. And this is the result. And of course, this has nothing to do with the Cycladic period of time, polychromic statue it was, but maybe it has more to do with Brancusi and so on. There is also another way, and I finish by this, when you are a curator in the Louvre, to advertise an icon and to make it alive, is to commission, I forgot that. Anyway, it's not so important, and I'm so late. After this exhibition, which was a success, the Keros head went to the National Museum of Modern Art, and it was a display in the very first room of the permanent collection to show the Keros head, Brancusi, Jean Arp, and so on and so on. And then it went to the Brancusi show 2 floors under. And here you can see installation and the result of this presentation with another piece of Brancusi. At the very beginning, Ariane Coulondre, the curator of this show, wanted 4 items in this showcase, but less is sometimes more, and we were together, and she asked me, what is your opinion? And I said, okay, we withdraw the statuette and so on, and we just keep those 2 pieces, and to us, it was beautiful. I don't know if it's beautiful for you now, but during installation it was. And I go back to stimulation of contemporary art. For the Rodez exhibition, I decided to commission 2 pieces of art, and I made a good move and a bad move, and I will conclude by that. I asked Daniel Arsham to create a piece connected with the Keros head that you see on the left, and to Yunyao Zhang to paint or to draw something because he's using graphite on felt. And the result is this piece. Daniel Arsham just made a show just before Rodez exhibition in Perrotin Gallery, transforming Venus de Milo, Venus d'Arles, Lady of Auxerre, and so on, into crystallized pieces that you could find in 2 millennium after, a terrible event. That was maybe interesting, but I understood that in the same time, in Samaritaine, in the brand new LVMH Samaritaine department store, Perrotin opened a corner gallery, and a second exemplary was on sale. In France, you do not, I guess everywhere, you do not do that. So it was finally maybe not a good move. Plus, Daniel Arsham then switched to partnership with Nike, with Dior, with fashion. I guess, and I'm maybe too honest, maybe too fashion in our museums at the moment. So maybe it was not a good path, a good and interesting way of doing things. Yun Yaozong, I've been very dedicated. Here, I took this picture in his workshop, and he had many ideas. He was trying many things, and finally emerged a Brancusi Muse number 2 and the Keros head to do this very huge felt treated with graphite. And well, to me, it's more interesting. And since then, Yun Yaozong had an exhibition in Santa Fe, in Kyoto, and so on and so on, and he's doing a good job. So I just want to address this issue. Sometimes you try something, and it's fine, and you get a very good relationship with an artist. Sometimes you try another thing, and it's a little bit a disaster. But if you don't try anything, again, nothing happened. Conclusion of the conclusion, dedication to the Met. I found back last week this note of Dietrich von Bottmer in our file for the Keros head. It's a letter addressed to Pierre de Vambès, sorry. So they are talking about the fact that at some point, the Keros head has been switched with another head because a mix of inventory number. They understood that thanks to a Greek colleague. And they said, well, okay, the Keros head is really the Keros head, it's not an Amorgos head. This is the beginning of the letter. Then, in a very Dietrich way, Dietrich von Bottmer is explaining that he's sending some photos of a Cycladic head in private hands, but looking very much like the Keros head. The head is proposed to the Met, and Dietrich seems a little bit reluctant to make it enter the collection. And de Vambès makes a note with the right date for the entry in the collection, by the way, and Keros, of course, and so on and so on. And finally, nothing happened. This is the head in private and in the US. And this is a comparison. And as Dietrich von Bottmer wrote, they are surprisingly alike. So I let it to you. Make up your mind. I wouldn't give my opinion right away because I haven't seen the piece, and it's only photos. There are only photos, and of course we need to see items, especially Cycladic items, to have an opinion. Actually, I have mine, but I won't share it with you. Thank you for your patience.
Let's start the discussion for the papers of this session. If there is, please, if there is any question or remark for the first paper about from D. Abramaitis and Federico Caro. Yes, please. I think there is a question about the first paper. Do you have the microphone?
I can't tell. Oh, yes, it is on. I was just wondering for, maybe this is a little more general, for the people doing analysis of the color and the figurines, like the entire structures themselves. Have you looked for, or maybe even considered, anything like ritual touching, and if there's any evidence of the pigments being rubbed in or anything like that? Especially for the smaller ones.
I would say that the pigments are so minute that it's really difficult to see if there was any ritual touching. But that being said, there is a smudge of red at the bottom of that face with the cheek dots, and there are a couple of figures that I know of where it seems like there's precise painting applied, and then there's strange sort of smudgy areas. So take that as you wish. I can't explain that difference, but
I might have I have my opinion about that, which is that the history, especially of pieces that have been in the market, it's so complex, and so much has happened to these pieces and has been touched by so many people, clean in so many ways, that I would not necessarily build theories on pigments being smudged, because we've seen objects where like very highly embedded cinnabar in accretions that's been mobilized and end up like a centimeter away and being all fluffy. So it's difficult. I'll just say that.
Plus, and we talked about it yesterday during the workshop, most of those items are weathered. And talking about a ritual touching process, you need to have the very, very original surface of the piece. Last week, I answered to a question like that concerning the sleeping hermaphrodite. So an Hellenistic type, totally different. Because Anatole France, a famous writer, wrote that the sleeping hermaphrodite in the Louvre was so beautiful, fascinating, that he was literally touched by the public. So I answered, and that actually no, because we don't have the original surface. It's mainly weathered, and we cannot say. So you can imagine that if it's difficult for the Roman copy of an Hellenistic type, it's even more difficult for a prehistoric statue. On the other hand, there is the idea that those statues are not standing for most of them, so they could have been carried. So instead of talking about touching, I was used the word to carry. Maybe they were carried, and that was another type of ritual. But we don't have no clue. We just understand that they cannot stand alone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think Panos says.
Yeah, can you hear? Okay. So I was very struck by the multiple images of eyes on the sculptures that you showed us. And I was struck by the similarity of so many eye images in Egyptian art. And I wondered if there was some kind of cross-pollination of eye imagery between Egypt and the Cyclades.
Not that I know of, but of course it does sound like we're getting more and more information about
cross-cultural connections of some sort. But this is prehistory, of course. There's no writing, and we simply can't know the motives for putting these eyes on or where they actually came from. But it is interesting that eyes feature prominently in a lot of cultures all around the world, from prehistory to the present. So it seems to be more of just a human impulse to put this window to the soul onto various objects. But the reasons would have changed over time and across locations too. I haven't traced an influence from one source to another with that particular motif.
Yes. Yesterday we were discussing about.
Please use the mic so our live stream can hear you. People are watching online. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm coming back to eyes. Yesterday we were discussing about eyes, and I don't remember if it was Katarina who proposed that there are different phases of posing the eyes on the figurine. As far as I can see from what you published previously and from what you showed today, it's that the eyes looked to be on a single figurine. They seem to come from the same hand. I don't see any particular difference to justify the presence of 2, 3, or more persons who designed the different eyes. It seems that this comes from the same person. I'm not sure if you had conducted any study of this type to see if they are coming from the same hand.
I think that I'm doing a lot of the translating of what you're seeing, so you're seeing my hand also.
Yeah, but your hand sees something that we also see, and from the big figurine that we have in the museum, the one who has a very quite visible eye on the left shoulder, and from research that we conducted with Giovanni Veri at some point recently, it seems that the eyes are very close one to the other. It seemed to be created or designed by the same hand.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be eventually something that we could go deeper in the future, because otherwise, and I was doubting that Katarina would ask for the floor. It is something that removes this approach of successive phases, or not.
It seems like you could have the same person at different phases also. So those are such small moments in time compared to in the lifespan of the figure, but also since then till now. Those are too fine a difference, I think, for me to feel comfortable saying there's more than one hand or not more than one hand.
So thank you. I just want to continue this discussion. If you see this heads and sculptures or figures, let's say, with multiple eyes, you see that the depiction is not the same intense, but it looks like you once give life to this sculpture, so it functions, and then after a while the color fades, but you need the sculpture to be in function as a medium, and you have to renew the eyes, otherwise it does not function. So, and of course, if you have a lifespan over years of a figure and you just have to put it again to a ritual because you need this sculpture, you have to renew the eyes so it functions again. So that's my theory why they have again and again eyes, because they have to function. Otherwise, they would just leave it with this faded eyes, whatever. But it is a need to renew the color. Okay. And sometimes it's not the same there, but somewhere else. But it doesn't matter.
I don't think there is evidence for like a sequence of applications of weathering. Like it's not a relative sequence that we can deduce from what we are seeing on the sculptures. Is it correct? Like there's no overlapping features, let's say a pre-weathering, that, a weathering pattern that precedes the application of another layer of pigments. I feel that what we see now is sort of a snapshot, but it's, the pigment that we see now must have been there, has been there and is not gone. So the reason of adding a second eye, if we can see, like say 4 eyes, they were all present at the same time, I feel.
I don't think so.
No?
I think there were, the anatomical eyes were, as Katarina says, refreshed over the. Well, the anatomical ones, but I think that the event-specific eyes might have been allowed to fade or even been rubbed off when that event was over, and that's why I think the anatomical eyes are generally the best preserved of the eyes on the figure, and the non-anatomical eyes, wherever they appear on the body, are maddeningly difficult to see sometimes.
Exactly. I agree, because when they renew the anatomical eyes, they renew both eyes, not one.
Right.
And the other one who is somewhere, it has another meaning.
The ghost features you are seeing, those are the results of a very long time of dissolutions of calcite. So once the differential weathering started, that's sort of a snapshot of how the piece was. So you don't get differential weathering during the lifetime of the piece while it was in use, right? Because calcite to dissolve in that way takes several hundreds and hundreds of years in a burial environment or exposed to the surface. I mean, it could have been refreshed after it has been exposed 200 years or 300 years outside in the environment. But when you get the ghost eyes, that's a geological features and follows geological time scale, not a human time frame. That's my approach as a geologist. When I see those ghost features, those are geological features. So but it's different if you don't find the ghost. I mean, if you're just looking at the pigments, that's okay, I can see your point. Yeah. But if you're reasoning on ghost features, then that's a geological feature. It's not a human feature.
Yeah.
So we have to take into account that.
There's been very interesting discussion today about the transport of figures and parts of figures. And I think, with reference to your thought, that the renewal of certain features and of eyes might be not only with reference to the life cycle of the owner, but of the placement and the travels, the movements of the object. So that if it went from somewhere to Keros, it might have gotten the eyes refreshed, for example. I mean, one tends to think of them as static pieces, but clearly they were not.
Yeah. Which would be another event-specific time of.
It's about the object, more about the object than about the person, at least theoretically.
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay. Any other question?
Yeah, sorry. That's a comment for Ludovic.
Bringing you a mic.
I have to wait.
Sorry. Thank you.
I have to, sorry.
Our flying guests. Thank
Sorry, first of all, well done for finding the diary, the travel diary of Olivier Rayet. There is a very interesting, we're struggling with the word which is not, cannot be read at the beginning what happens before Amor goes, but there are two important information, I think, on this page. The first one is that it comes from Amor goes. There is from Keros, sorry. There is a mention to that. The second, which is very important, is the small paragraph at the end. He says that on en trouve souvent dans les tombeaux.
which means that already in 1870s and before, they were totally conscious that they were all found in a cemetery context, which means that they were already excavated, looted during that period.
Well, if I may answer, thinking
but
that I would be very...
when you read the publication of Friedrich von Thiersch in 1831-32, he says that he got the two objects from peasants and they were found in graves. So we have this already in the beginning of, nearly beginning, in the first half.
Yes, but well, I answer. I knew I would be very late, so I didn't went into details. But there is something even more interesting. The three final lines in French say, they are often found in grave. In the inventory book, it's sum up, it's found in a grave. And all of us museum staff, we know that, you know, the devil is in the details. So if you go to the inventory books, you say, okay, Rayet said it has been found in a grave. When you found the travel diary, you understand that Rayet used his travel diary to provide information to the curatorial staff of the Louvre that understood it almost well, but summed it up. That's why this morning in Central Park, and I go back to Central Park conversations with Yorgos, the question is, if there is a slight discrepancy between the travel diary and the inventory book, but this notion is still known, you're right, we have to make sure that during this period of time, the inhabited part of Keros, or the part where people from Amorgos were going, is the area where the graves are. You see? So, this is my point.
But that confirms also what's happening in the 30s.
Yeah, yes. But I'm just mentioned that it's more a little bit more complicated. Always.
We are okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a break now? A coffee break now, yes. So, yeah, okay. Yeah.
We are over time for our break, so we're just going to dive right into session 4. Sandy, if you want to come up, you'll be presenting first for session 4. Thank you. I'll take notes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have an illustrated break.
We packed a lot into this day.
Right, well, it's me again. As we're really far behind, I'll kind of take you through this fairly quickly because Adina has much more interesting things to say afterwards, and then we have to do the summary. So could we have the first slide, please? Oh, do I do that? Yeah, okay. So this is really, from my point of view, an argument in favor of what Pat Preziosi Gentle was doing. Just to remind you of where we are, those who may have come in late, we're in the Cyclades, and we're dealing with a typology that, for those of you who've been here during the day, will become very familiar with, and that's a typology that was originally set up by the late, great Colin Renfrew and continuously revised. And this gives you a better idea of what these things look like and where they appear chronologically. What we're going to look at today is going to be sort of the high period, or what he called the canonical art. what Pat Gentle called her classical period, the period before that archaic, again borrowing from art historical terminology. And so we have the early Cycladic I figures. We've seen a lot of these today. And then the early Cycladic II canonical, and then we have the later pieces, theoretically later pieces. We'll see that that may not be entirely the case. So what Pat did was she ruffled a lot of feathers in the academic world by saying, well, these things probably belong to a canon. And she gave us a tripartite canon for the early pieces, the archaic pieces, and then in the classical pieces, she saw a four-part canon, and that canon is based on the navel of the figures. So it gives you a very, very beautiful, balanced figure, which is kind of interesting. The arguments against Pat were that she was dealing with a lot of pieces that weren't necessarily from archaeological contexts. And so she was including a lot of pieces that may have been not ancient, basically. But to give, I'll put a little argument in favor of Pat here. Look at where the Vitruvian Man of Leonardo da Vinci has his center, where he puts the center of his compass is at the navel. That's the center of the human being for somebody creating these figures. And of course, he's taking his inspiration from Vitruvius, where it's basically what you're trying to do is bring forward a piece that has an internal symmetry to it. And then we have, those who study art history, you have these very famous works of the idea of Polyclitus coming up with a canon which no one's ever been really able to measure. So actually, if there's any time at the end of the day, this piece is upstairs, this Roman copy, you can go up with a tape measure and see if you can figure out the canon. But anyway, Polyclitus talked about internal numbers. It was all a matter of getting the numbers right when you're in the piece. And then Lysippus carries on with his canon, and his canon was summarized as a canon of 8 heads. So this, when you look across to somebody like, we have it up there, Hogarth, William Hogarth's. When you look across at William Hogarth's canon, Hogarth was using the head as an internal measurement. So in ancient art, we look for internal measurements, but also in modern art, we can see that as well. And that's why the artist is doing this in order to create something that has some kind of overall balance to it, a harmony. And if you go to drawing class today, lesson number 1, if you're going to be doing human figure, is you're told that you have to balance things. And again, you have the navel as a primary point, the hips are a primary point, the knees are a primary point, and obviously the shoulders, and then the head is often given to you as a unit of measure. That's coming back from all the way from Lysippus. So when Pat came up with a canon, she wasn't really kind of making it up. She was observing it. We know very well from Egyptian art that you have a canon, and the canon is based on, again, an internal measure. This time it's the fist. That's why in Italian art you'll always see the thumb folded over the fist, which is very unnatural for us. But that gives you an internal measurement. Some of you here may measure horses in hands as well. In any case, it gives you an internal measurement. And so it gives you the idea of what an idealized perfect figure was. And of course, with the Egyptians, that meant the elite and the gods. And so with the Egyptian canon, you go up to the hairline, which is 18. We took this across into Minoan art, and Judith Weingarten did a lot of work on this. She's worked on other pieces as well, but this is a piece that actually Sean Hemingway here dug up at Palais-Castro, and we found that there was a canon in there, and again, it was probably the Cretans borrowing that canon from Egypt, because we found he had the fist, and that fist actually gave us an internal measure. And what the Cretans did was they added 2 units in at the waist, and that's why Minoan men always, Sir Arthur Evans called them the wasp-waisted Minoans, because they were like stretched out a little bit. So if you're used to doing 18 and all of a sudden it's 20, you got to add it in somewhere. So we don't know where these numbers are coming from. Anyway, there are canons in ancient art. There are canons of proportions. People were using these. And especially if you trained in the arts, if you're training in a workshop somewhere, like Hogarth training as a lithographer, I think it was, where he started out, he was shown a canon, and that's what he kept for the rest of his life. So let's get back to Pat Getz' Preziosi Gentles canon. And you have like the navel at the central point. And so she called it a four-part canon. But I wonder if, given the other canons, if there may not have been something like the bottom of the nose, chin, going the breasts, the folded arms, the hips. You've got the knees, you've got the feet, and then there could be something in between. So it may actually be a 12-part canon. Just throwing that out for the first time. There is definitely a canon observable in these things. And the critique with Pat was that she was using pieces that were, a lot of them were from the art market. And as we heard from Peggy Sotirakopoulou today, there's enough reliable pieces, actually more than half of the corpus of Cycladic figures do actually come from sound archaeological contexts. And so if we go just to Keros alone, and you can see the different deposits that numerous people have talked about today. If you go to Keros alone, they're fragments, as we've seen. These were how they recovered from their publication. But what they do is they give us quite a wide range of the canonical figures. They're all definitely fragments, but they're fragments that they are meticulously compared to pieces that are more or less intact from graves. For instance, there's the capsula variety. There are a few fragments, I think 4 fragments, something that they found from this variety. But again, you look back at the capsula variety and there's your 4-part canon, which in fact could easily be turned into a 12-part canon as well. The Spedos variety that was the most popular, lots of them. And again, when you look at the authentic pieces from graves, I think this one is from Spedos, again, the canon fits perfectly. And you have the Dokathismata as well. No, that's not. Okay, yeah. So this is this new, the Kavos subvariety, which some of the older folks will remember as the Goulandris master. So this gets us into, you can see this one upstairs if you like. This gets us into the new nomenclature, but it still points towards what Pat was looking for was hands, artists' hands, meaning it's probably more generally workshops we should be looking at, and that's why there's minor variations in these pieces, and they might go over generations. But the essential idea of these things being created in workshops probably, and they might be showing regional variety as well as workshop variety. So this Kavos variety, which one suspects was probably made in Naxos, is one of the most popular varieties that was made. So it was probably one of the most popular workshops, and it might have been in one of the largest cities in the Cyclades, which would have been in Naxos, maybe under Grotta or somewhere. There's bound to be a large city, because we saw in this morning's lecture, Skarkos in Ios was a very large settlement. Naxos would have had something probably 3 or 4 or 5 times that size. So there would have been a proper workshop with people training to make these things. They're not haphazard. And so we can apply this again and again. This was what Pat called the Schuster master. It's now the Akrotiri variety after a type that Peggy found and published from Akrotiri. And again, it fits, the canon fits. Now, once you get into this one, this is the Dokathismata type. And Yorgos wanted to make sure we put in the fact that way back in 1898, Christos Suntas, when he found these both in a tomb, he kind of looked at them and said, these look like they're by the same artist. So Pat wasn't the first one in there on that. It was Tsundas, who was sensitive enough to see that these things were really, really similar. Okay, and then we have the Halanderani variety as well. That's still working. And there's the new, what's now called the Kea variety, which used to be the Dresden master, but again, it's a workshop. So it's a workshop that we call the Kea workshop. Don't know where it was. But the canon seems to collapse a little bit as you get into figures like this, where Pat thought that perhaps after the classical period, they were reverting back to the tripartite canon, or perhaps one workshop revived the tripartite canon. And then you have this really interesting variety here, and Peggy mentioned that in a comment this morning, that you have this type, it's called post-canonical, but in fact it's probably exactly contemporary with the others, so it's more non-canonical because it's found in the context with the others. So non-canonical is probably a better way of saying it, and it's pieces, there are pieces in this group that don't really fit our image of these Cycladic idols. Something like that shows up on the antiques market, and most people will say, well, no, that's not real. But this was found in, an archaeological recovery. And so we can't be too firm, having established that, pieces have to fit within this canon. Some of them don't. So we can't, it's not like a hard and fast rule to judge whether something is ancient or modern on the basis of the canon, because we have these non-canonical figures as well. And then we have these non-canonical figures. Again, I was pretty happy when I first saw this piece to think, well, that's a bit wild. But what Pat comes up with the idea is that it could be a little workshop somewhere, somebody making a few pieces for a specific client that are just completely outside the mainstream in this, what we call the later type, late EC2, early EC3 type. So again, stylistically, we can't really look at something like this and say, no way. Even though, like, our first instinct, once we get outside the canon, is to do that. But we now know that might be, we're not on such solid ground with that one. And then we have this piece here in the Stern collection, which, again, we looked at. I mean, it's very odd. It's very, very strange proportions. But then, as Irini showed us this morning, when the Cretans are actually using a very different proportion with these long legs, I still find it a little hard to believe, but that piece could actually be ancient. I don't know. Anyway, we can't use art historical criteria in order to separate these from ancient and modern. We need more up-to-date criteria. And so there we have Vasiliki sampling with Yanis and Sean in the laboratory. And we hope that this process and what we heard from Dee and Federico today is actually going to be a slightly more reliable. Federico will say, no, not slightly, totally more reliable. But process. And this is the team that was working on the sampling. Anyway, that's just what I thought I would say is that, we have a canon, there are workshops. I think Pat was probably instinctively on the mark for that, but we can't use that canon as a criterion for judging whether something is ancient or modern. But there are these workshops. There are probably some fairly big workshops, and then there are the smaller workshops as well. So we're on time.
So we've come to our last talk of the afternoon and of our symposium today, and I'd like to welcome Dina Hoffman to the podium, and she is going to speak to us on In and Out of Places, Christian Zervos, Modern Art, and These Unhappy Cyclades. Adina, please. Adina's an author who teaches at Yale University. So welcome, Adina. An award-winning author.
Thank you, Sean. Elizabeth, thank you all for coming. I think I need to thank you all for staying. It's been a long day, and I will try to make this short, well, not so short, but as short as possible. I am a writer, as Sean said, and when you're a writer, people tend to ask you what you are writing. And so for the last few years, I've been telling people that I'm writing a book about Cycladic, oh, wait, that's my title, Cycladic figurines and fragments. Now, I think by now everyone in this room knows what that is, but I have been amazed at the fact that I'm generally speaking to very well-educated, well-read, cultured people, and they look at me with a look that is about as blank as the look on her face, and they say to me, and I've really heard, they say, did you say Socratic? Did you say schizophrenic, synthetic? And so then I go into this incredibly neurotic song and dance in which I say, well, you know, the Cyclades, and then I say marble, and then I say the 3rd millennium BCE, and then I cross my arms, and I'm still basically usually getting a very blank look, and I fold my arms. It's actually only when I say, you may not know what they're called, but I'm sure that you would recognize them, and I'm sure that you would recognize the modernist artworks that they inspired or that maybe in some strange way anticipated them. You know, we had Giacometti, we have Picasso, we have Henry Moore again, and then usually the light goes off. Now, I think also we've already heard a great deal about how for many millennia these things were not considered art objects at all, and that when in fact they were first sort of discovered by Western travelers and antiquarians, they were really mocked, scorned. This is very typical. This is Thomas Bergen, a British trader who moved around the East and who acquired a few figurines, this one from Syros, and who writes in pencil on the side, this is an exceedingly coarse and ugly alabaster figure, as needs scarcely be told. And that's very typical, and this little monsters, this was the way that these things were described. And then, as we have also already heard, suddenly we have the 20th century, and we have Brancusi, and we have Henry Moore insisting that Brancusi was inspired by that same head in the Louvre to make this the beginning of the world, in fact, the name of this wonderful Brancusi. But what I want to do today is talk to you about the person who brought us this photograph, a name who will be known to many in this room, but again, is very little known to the general public, I think it's safe to say, Christian Zervos. A remarkable figure in many ways, an incredibly dynamic, energetic. He was involved in so many things. He's also, to my mind, a very poignant figure, and one whose life's work is surrounded by a good number of ironies, and I will try to get to some of those ironies today. I think if Zervos is known to the general public, it's generally for this thing, which is this unbelievable undertaking, the 33-volume catalogue raisonné of Pablo Picasso, which he spent decades editing, publishing, pouring his own finances and blood, sweat, and tears into. And that's obviously, that might be enough to make someone's name. That's just the tiniest bit of what Zervos did in his lifetime. And it's those other things that I really want to focus on today, although there is, of course, a connection to Picasso. But we'll get to that. He was actually born in the Ionian island of Kefalonia in 1889, but he was grew up in Alexandria, educated there. And he worked, as a young man, he worked in a trading house owned by one of the Greek founders of the Bank of Egypt, but he was very involved in the cultural life of the Greek community of Alexandria. He wrote and he translated into Greek, and he helped to found and was on the editorial board of 3 important Greek magazines that came out of Alexandria in these years. He's the one on the very end. And Grammata in particular is a very important magazine in which he published some of his own not especially wonderful juvenilia alongside some of the poems by one of the greatest Greek poets of the century, Constantin Cavafy. Zervos, whose name I should have said was Christos at this stage, he eventually made his way to Paris, and he was going to study law. This is around 1911, and ended up instead doing a PhD, writing about a Neoplatonic philosopher of the 11th century, late Byzantine. But he also, again, threw himself into the cultural, artistic, literary life of Paris. He met all kinds of people. He apprenticed himself to Anatole France. In fact, he was working on several French design and art magazines. And eventually, as we have also heard, the last person here, I was going to inevitably repeat things. But in 1926, he founded Cahiers d'Art, which is arguably one of the greatest art magazines of the 20th century. He continued to publish it till 1960, and on its pages you would find the entire ABC of the modernist, what we now think of as the modernist canon, although it was not yet a canon. He was helping to make it, alongside all kinds of ancient art and Eastern art and Western art. It was all there together, and he was very specific about the fact. He said that he wanted to show, this is a quote, the modernity of the great ancient works and the equivalence between those works and those of today. And you can see it's very explicit. These are all happening back to back. And sometimes he has these detailed articles, but sometimes he'll simply have the image with a very brief caption. And in fact, that very first year, sure enough, this appears. And all that is written is the caption, which simply says, pre-archaic sculptures of the Greek archipelago, and that's it. And then, as we've heard in 1929, there is a much fuller, sort of more academic article by this curator at the Louvre who goes into more detail. It's important to say that Zervos was not the only one in Paris fascinated by these figures in these circles in those years. In fact, in 1922, another important art magazine, shorter lived, which was published by the painter Amédée Alzenfant and his purist sidekick, Le Corbusier, they published the exact same photograph. And it is this photograph, I think we can tell from the date, 1922, that fascinated a young man who had just arrived in Paris and who was obviously sketching from this and trying to wrap his head around it, and that is as Giacometti. Now, for people like Giacometti and Alzenfant and Le Corbusier, I think it's safe to say that it was basically the formal aspects of these objects that fascinated them. There's something sort of out of context. I don't think Brancusi really cared about the Cyclades per se. I think he was fascinated by these forms. And in fact, it's worth keeping in mind that at this time, the rhetoric that surrounded Greece was also quite dismissive. And here we have the words of Roger Fry, the art critic and painter, good friend of Virginia Woolf, who in 1920, in an essay about African art, sort of sums this up. What a comfortable mental furniture the generalizations of a century ago must have afforded. What a right little, tight little, round little world it was when Greece was the only source of culture. So he's looking to primitive, quote unquote, primitive art for this vitality, and he's not finding it in the Greek things that he knows, the classical tradition. Now, for Zervos, Greece means something else. Here, Zervos is always, for some reason, on that end. Here he is in 1925 in Paris with some of his very good Greek friends. And some of these names will be very familiar to some of you. Maybe some of the others will not. Thériade is in the middle, who's also an important Greek-French editor. Michael Tombros, the sculptor, the painter, Nikos Hadjikyriakos Gikas, who was Zervos's best Greek friend, and George Katsimbalis, who was an editor and a writer, famously dubbed the Colossus of Marousi by Henry Miller. And in order to get a sense, I think, of the kinds of conversations that Zervos was a part of and was hearing, and the things he was talking about with this group of Greek friends, some of whom lived in Paris, some of whom were just passing through, there's a wonderful letter that Katsimbalis wrote to another young Greek who was also living outside of the country, outside of Greece, and working in London at the time. Is that for me? Basically, he wrote a letter to the young George Seferis, the poet, diplomat, and Nobel Prize winner to be. And so I don't know if Zervos actually read this letter, but this is the kind of conversation. What's going on? Okay. And he wrote to, this is Katsimbalis to George Seferis. He said, and this is apropos Seferis' own poetry, which was very much steeped in British poetry and French poetry at that point. And so Katsimbalis says to him, burn your Frankish books, chuck them away on the seashore, tread firmly and tread above all the land of your country. Above all, you've got to see with your own eyes what is Greek and full of light. You've got to take off those dark alien spectacles which blind your sight. Now, I do think that this is a conversation that I'm sure that they had at some point, and I know that in exactly these years, this is 1925, but a little bit later, I guess that particular letter was 1932, Zervos began to long for his homeland, which is a very Greek thing to do, I think. But here is one of the ironies. It was technically his homeland, but he was raised in Alexandria, he lived in Paris. He was a Greek who had spent very little time actually in Greece, the actual place of Greece. I think it meant a lot to him symbolically. It's said that he spoke Greek with a foreign accent. He wrote letters to his best friend Gika, the painter, in French. So this is a very complicated kind of longing, but he's desperate to go back. And he tries in all kinds of ways. He's very involved in a project, a film that he helped to sort of arrange the logistics for, and he was going to go with this young group of filmmakers and photographers to make a film called A Voyage to the Cyclades. The film has disappeared. We only have a few very tantalizing negatives, including this one. Zervos didn't manage to make the trip. He wrote a rave anonymous review in Cahiers d'Art, but he didn't go. And right around the same time, he wrote to his good friend Kandinsky, the painter, who was then at the Bauhaus, and said, no Greece for me. It's said that I will never see it, and yet I really need it, both for my health and to renew myself a little. Well, he would eventually, the next year, the summer of 1933, manage to go. It's a remarkable story that I do not have time to tell you in detail, but I can show you a little piece of it. Basically, the Congress of International, I'm going to garble it. The Congress of International Congress of Modern Architecture, or CIAM for short, and the French, was supposed to hold their conference in Moscow. That fell through at the last minute, and that was Léger just sticking out his tongue. And basically, they couldn't go to Moscow, and somebody had a really kind of insane but wonderful idea. Let's hold it on shipboard. Let's sail from Marseille to Piraeus, and let's have our Congress on deck, which they did. It's one of the most important moments in modern architecture, and that's sort of off topic, I won't go into it, but here you can see, and what they did was, not only did they have that brilliant idea, somebody had the other brilliant idea, let's get Zervos to organize it for us. He knows how to set these things up. So he got the same ship that had taken those young filmmakers who made that previous film. He invited also, or arranged with others to invite various artists and poets who also came along. So here you see, that's Gika, the painter, Le Corbusier, this is Léger, and this is Zervos himself with the white hair. It was a kind of floating party / conference. And it's kind of ironic, they were talking a lot about sort of utopian town planning schemes as they're sailing to a very real place, but maybe to many of them it's also quite unreal. And for Zervos, so he was there, he was with them, and it was a way to go back physically, but in a lot of ways this was a kind of a mission he was on. He was kind of trying to spread the gospel of Greece and Greek light and the Greek landscape, as I was just reading to you about from Katsimbalis. He said he wanted to show them the Greek sea with its islands, a continual lesson in art. There's a direct connection here between the landscape and the art. And so in order to do this, he really pulled out all the stops. They floodlit the Acropolis for the architects, they met the entire Greek cabinet, and importantly, they arranged a special side trip to the islands. And so a bunch of them piled onto a smaller boat and sailed to Seriphos and Santorini and Ios, and they were completely smitten. I think it's safe to say, every single one of them. This footage, I should say, was shot by the Bauhaus filmmaker and artist Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, who made a whole film about this Congress. And Moholy-Nagy himself, who was there and who was absolutely just enraptured, he's reported to have said while there, "Never since my school days have I been so conscious of how the Greek world speaks to us." The Swiss architect and the architectural editor of Cahiers d'Art was a man named Siegfried Gideon, who was very important in that Congress. He was taking photographs the whole time. And he wrote afterwards, he said, in Greece, this is obviously Santorini, in Greece, light was a vehicle, a pigment so direct and so dazzling that it seemed almost to thrust color into the background. It was always the impact of light on texture, far more than the potency of color itself, which lent such intensity to the appearances of what one saw. And then he's still talking about light, but I think maybe a few other things besides. He says, "We can extract no more from the semblance of things than that which already lies latent and waiting in ourselves." And what lay latent and waiting in Zervos was this book, which started out as a special edition of the magazine. And he and his wife, Yvonne, who was a very important part of his work, had stayed on in Greece for several months after the others had come back to Marseille, researched deeply, consulting with all kinds of curators and archaeologists and academics in order to compile this book, which you can see, and this is an ad for the book itself, he's advertising as an indispensable work for the understanding of contemporary art. It came out as a book on New Year's Day, 1934, which was his own 45th birthday. And his introduction reads almost like a kind of manifesto. And I just want to read you a little bit of it. And he basically says, this is not a scholarly document, but simply a rejuvenation of the plan for the study of Greek art, consistent with the pressing obligations we have toward our times. We have been deceived by art historians who have never had a real affection for the radiant youth of Greek art. In the works they offered us, their preferences most often went to everything that was obsolete. We didn't encounter anything that looked like us. The history of the life of the Greeks and the history of their art were the secrets of our own life. This first edition came with these testimonials from a bunch of people, including Le Corbusier and Léger, who had been on the trip. The Greeks always remain the masters of tomorrow. Oddly, he dropped these testimonials in later editions. I'm not quite sure what the story was. And again, this was actually composed, all of the photographs in the book were Greek works, or Hellenic works, he calls them, of art found in Greece. It was entirely things from Greek museums. And again, it was all non-classical work of various sorts. And of course, the figurines were front and center. And he described these as idols, creations of an unknown people, in which we consider to be indisputable works of art. In the spiritualized world to which they draw us, we experience a sort of transparent, stripped-down joy, to come back to that word, which is very spooky. So he had relied on various savants, as he called them, to write this book, and he really, did a lot of research to do it. But just as this book came out, he wrote in a letter that he was sort of waiting for the criticism to come. He said, "It's created exclusively for artists and poets, the only ones who still retain a sense of beauty. As far as academics are concerned, they do not interest me. Some dogs may bark, but this has nothing to do with the quality of the volume, which is addressed to clear and young spirits." They did bark. They didn't only bark, but there was a lot of barking. He was accused of all kinds of blunders and of overwritten prose. And also, the photographs themselves were criticized for not giving a sense of scale, and for often he would focus in on a specific detail. And typically, I had already quoted Roger Fry, he wrote a very snide review. He says, "I believe Monsieur Zervos went to Greece. Perhaps he is a Greek." This newfound enthusiasm for the primitive beginnings, the Cycladic figures, for instance, is not very well founded. So he sort of just dismisses it. Others were more appreciative, including the British poet and critic Herbert Reed, who said that some would be scandalized and some would find it blasphemous, but for the growing number of people who regard art as the projection into plastic form of some kind of subjective or intuitive perception of the nature of reality, the book will be a new revelation, which indeed it was. It was a new revelation for Picasso, who is said to have considered it a secret source. We have already encountered Henry Moore several times, and we know that Moore had already spent a good deal of time at the British Museum looking at the objects, but we also know that he spent a lot of time with this book. He acquired several figurines of his own. Matisse was quite close to Zervos and ended up sleeping with this thing over his head, which looks to me almost like a kind of like prehistoric crucifix or something, the way that it's there. It was also a major thing for Zervos himself, and it kind of opened the gates to these other lavish, and I should have said this book is a big, kind of almost a collector's item in itself. It's massive, it's got this heavy paper. And he proceeded from this Greek book to do a book about Mesopotamian art and another about Sardinian art and Cretan art, and to become more and more obsessive in his research. It was still quite eccentric, but it was much, much more detailed. And by the time we get to 1956, he writes a letter to his friend and collaborator Picasso and says, in addition to your book, I'm preparing a large illustrated volume, which I hope will be of interest to you. It will be the second volume in a series of 6 volumes on Greek art. In this way, I will have in my life achieved 2 comprehensive catalogs, that of your work and that of the Greek works, which are at 2 ends of Mother Mediterranean. And that book came out the next year, and that is The Art of the Cyclades, 1957. This one, oddly, did not meet with much resistance. It was embraced in all quarters, pretty much. I think here is where, and this is actually, he dedicated it to Tsuntas, but here is where more of the ironies of this work come into play. I mean, we have, we have this. He wrote to his research assistant in Athens in the year before the book came out that deep down no one knows anything about these unhappy Cyclades. Well, now they would know, and they would know in large part because of his own book. And here I think it's worth quoting one of Picasso's biographers who's writing not about this book, but about Le Zervos, the 33-volume catalogue raisonné, who says that that whole edition proved a godsend to scholars, collectors, curators, dealers, students, not to mention fakers. This is very clearly a book that was used as a kind of template for forgery. I mean, forgery obviously existed long before Zervos came along, but there was a flood of fakes that followed the publication of this book. In the introduction to that earlier Greek book, in 1934, he also offers the sort of haunting words, "It is impossible to make direct contact with Greek art anywhere but in Greece." And I think that's something we can talk about here in Manhattan, whether or not that is true. But we know that in a way, this book also led to massive looting, and that also was going on before Zervos. He's not solely responsible, but there was a huge boom in looting after this book appeared. And I guess I should say I don't think that Zervos anticipated this. I think it would probably horrify him. I would close with words written by his friend George Seferis, who I invoked earlier, who after Zervos died in 1970 said, "When this man suffered, it was in his eyes that he was in pain, and when something exalted him, it was in his eyes that one observed his exaltation, and one loved him for his eyes," which seems to me another way of saying that Christian Zervos had an exceptional way of seeing, even if he didn't always seem to have seen what was coming. Thank you very much.
Join the last session, we'll have a larger discussion. Yeah, so this is the first and fourth together. Thank you so much.
Let's have the ladies first. It's everybody.
That's everybody. Okay. Any questions?
Yes. Can you stand up and hold your hands?
So if you have, oh great, there's a question over here. Please raise your hand. We still have folks watching online, so make sure you're using the mic so they can also hear.
This is a question for Adina Hoffman. Why were the Cyclades unhappy for Zervos?
Why for Zervos were they unhappy? I mean, he could be referring to any number of things. I mean, I think, you know, maybe at the most basic level, the sort of poverty and the very bare bones lives that people were living that he was encountering when he traveled around. But maybe he was also referring to an art historical situation in the sense that people were not conscious, didn't take this art seriously as art as he did. So I think it's a kind of combination of these things. That's my sense. I mean, as with the Cycladic people, we don't know what Christian Zervos was thinking exactly, but that's how I understand this combination.
I think that some people believe that the Cycladic civilization, they were very happy because you see the idols with their feet, like dancing. You see an idol drinking, another playing guitar. So I think that harp, so whatever. So I think that it was a happy civilization.
I mean, it's true that actually when he reviewed that film, the film that has disappeared, he talks all about how happy everyone is in the Cyclades and what a simple life and how happy and how beautiful. And it's odd that then, I mean, it is later, it's several decades later, and I think he'd had more exposure to the actual poverty and whatnot. But he too.
How can you not be happy in the Cyclades?
Sorry, since I have the microphone, I will say something. First of all, I would like to thank Sean for the conference. It looked... wait. I think that it looked great until the last presentation. I think that we were very happy to be here and everything, but compared to what Zervos did with the Siam, I'm afraid, Sean, that next time you have to do much better, something like a boat on the Hudson or something like that. On a more serious note, I would like to say that Zervos, for those who are familiar, and that probably answers Mark's question, we need to understand Zervos within the 30s, as we call it, generation in Greece. Whatever he's doing is about his homeland. And all the correspondence that he has with the persons that you showed, Teriades, Hadjikyriakos, Gigas, they are all having this same ideal about their country. And they are happy. The bad times are about to come for that generation. And they want to be happy because they had terrible destruction, the so-called Μικρασιατική καταστροφή, whatever you call it, that happened in just a few years before. So it is a time of transition. They try to be happy, and whatever he's doing, bringing Greek art as opposed to all the critiques that happened to Greek art, classical. And when we're talking about Greek art, we're talking about classical Greek art. Zervos wanted to bring Greek art, in the very broad sense of the term, in the avant-scène of the international community. And that's what he did with the connection of the Cycladic art with modernism. Thank you, Sean.
So it seems like the epicenter of EC2 kind of situates itself like southern Naxos and like Eos and Amorgus and kind of in Kyros where the hoard is found. It seems like it situates itself around there. So how is the more northerly sites like Halandriani on Syros and other island communities around there, how are those interpreted as what relationship did they have to those like more southeasterly communities, especially given that it seems like there's less figurines up there found? I think one of the slides said only 22.
Do you want to answer?
I didn't quite understand your question.
He suggests that what we have presented is that mainly the center of the world is between Naxos, Samorgos, and Tios, and what is happening with the rest of the islands. Please do. In regard to the Cycladic figurines, yes.
Okay. We would like to believe, rather, that judging from the results of the excavations and the concentration of so many symbolically charged artifacts there, like the figurines, marble vessels, and so on, that Keros functioned like Delos in the classical period of Greece, for congregations, concentrations of people depositing things, celebrating something, honoring their ancestors, and confirming their cultural identities and such things. So it's the very central point of the islands, and Delos in the classical period was considered the center of the Cycladic islands, and that's why the islands were called the Cyclades, the circle, or Kyklos, around the center of Delos.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if...
And if I may to add here, is that we are lacking systematic publications of old excavations for many islands. So what you see is what it has been published and researched the last years, which is Keros. We have 7 volumes out, so that's why now this brings the focus on that front, while there are many other excavations that they haven't been published, and we know them from years that they have been done, and we hope to have the resources so that this will come up into the discussion, and then we might have a different view of what is happening in the north, at the west, and how, let's say, the islands that they produce the ore, the Kythnos, Sifnos, and Seriphos, how they come into the discussion with the rest of the Cyclades.
So let's extend the idea of yesterday's workshop, and let's include in the corpus digital publications of all the islands.
We all hope for that, and we will all be working for that. But
that's a wish, because the publication takes too much time. It's hard work, and it needs money and time and so on. That's why there is the delay.
Yes, but still, whatever, imagine it. Yes,
this is the idea. The idea, yes.
Any questions? We still have time if anyone has questions. Oh, yay. Thank you.
Sure. I'm sure this is a very naive question, but I've read so much about these being fertility figures, and when you look across the range of them, maybe some have a slight curve of the stomach. Many of them seem to be completely flat, and I mean, maybe this has all been dealt with so long ago. But I'm curious about your thoughts about did they function in some way as fertility figures, and if so, where's the fertility? You know, in so many of the figures.
Olga can speak. Whether they are fertility figures, how you interpret these naked women.
Όχι, είναι ερώτηση για την Πέκη.
Εσύ όμως βρήκες το μωράκι πάνω στην άλλη. Οπότε γι' αυτό μίλα.
Sorry.
you are talking about the two figures that were in the same grave, or what?
I'm just looking maybe at the Stern collection across the 161. You know, there are some that have a slight curve.
Yes. Well,
There's some.
about the figurines, because most of them were female figurines, there have been different interpretations, but there's not one final interpretation that this is what it was. They have been interpreted as fertility figures, they have been interpreted as goddesses, they have been interpreted as whatever. Basically, there's no explanation. There's not one. And there can be several interpretations. We're still looking for the interpretation, basically.
If I may
No.
add something.
Yes.
Perhaps the lady relates her question to the fact that the women are represented naked and the anatomical details related to fertility are emphasized. So the woman, the female fertility.
The one or two male figurines that we know are also naked.
No, that's true. But you have found.
You cannot always say that.
Tiles? Sorry, what did you say?
Because some, the few male figures, some of them bear a penis sheath. And the flutists, for example,
Yes, but
the National Museum
yes.
May have worn another wear, and it was not naked. It's not very clear.
It is not clear at all. It's very abstract.
And we go to the Central Park again, discussion whether the head is male or female,
there are other
or
figurines
just a
that
human.
may be dressed. You showed some. So.
In any case, I think we need to add that Olga has found something that is more, it can be related to this fertility interpretation. She finds a smaller figure over the
over the
naked
body
one.
of a female figure,
Yes,
and
yes.
it may be birth, or more likely it's death at birth, because what would it be? What's it doing in a grave? And the grave was so small that it could not possibly contain the bones of an adult. If it contained any bones, it could have been the bones of a very small child or a baby. And so it was death. And we know that of the high mortality of children in those days, and all those small graves that were babies' graves, really. Sorry?
Miniature vases.
Miniature vessels.
No. Yes. Yes. Well, we found in another context, in Thermi, on Lesbos, and much later, two graves that contained infant bones, 8 months to 1 year. And the bones have been studied, and it was proved that they had died of scurvy, which means that this was deficiency of vitamin C. And it's either the mother had died or she was undernourished and could not feed the child properly. And so many babies died of undernourishment at a very young age. Hmm?
Exactly.
Ναι, αυτό. Yes. So this is where the fertility idea comes in.
So thank you so much. I just want to say a few words in conclusion. I'd really like to thank our colleagues from the Ministry of Culture who are here and have presented today and yesterday, as well as our colleagues from the Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens, a whole team of people, and our distinguished colleagues from Greece and Europe, the rest of Europe, and Great Britain and America, and of course our colleagues here in the Met. Thank you all for your really stimulating talks today. I want to thank the Education Department, especially Fran D'Alessio, for all the work going into this, making this event possible. I also want to give a big shout out to my team in Greek and Roman, especially Debbie Quo, for all the work there. Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed our journey to the Cyclades today, and should your next journey take you to Central Park, I hope that the discussions today are as fruitful as Yorgos and Ludovic had earlier this morning. So thank you, and thanks for coming. Thank you.